Huh?
Everyone counted 2 minutes for them.
Yeah. All right, everybody, I'd like to call our meeting to order. Thank you very much. This is a meeting called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act. This meeting was included in the annual notice. The meeting schedule set forth in Resolution R-22-245, adopted by the Town Council. Its regular meeting December 20th, 2022. Advertised in the official newspaper on December 29th, 2022 and January 5th, 2023. Posted on the bulletin board outside the municipal building and has remained continuously posted there. In addition, a copy of the annual notice is and has been available to the public and is on file in the office of the Township Clerk. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Counselor Cummings?
Present.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Present.
Counselor Price-Abrams?
Present.
Counselor Russo?
Present.
Counselor Schlager? Absent. Counselor Yacobelis?
Present.
Mayor Spiller?
Present. Move the agenda with flexibility. First, I'd like to note some of our proclamations that we have, and I don't think we're going to necessarily read all of them in full in the interest of time, but certainly want to honor and recognize some of the different pieces and people and accomplishments, and certainly just recognition. So first is a proclamation honoring Dan Gill, Mr. Gill. Really excited about this. You know, on the while noting here, it cites many of his great accomplishments, and certainly the time he's spent certainly here in the school system, 53 years teaching. Had the opportunity, I know with others, to recognize him and honor him also at our Martin Luther King breakfast that we held, and I've had the opportunity in some educational spaces to honor and recognize him. And certainly, though, his accomplishments are many, and to serve that long in a position, in any position, but certainly as an educator for 53 years is just really, really impressive. So once again, we give Mr. Gill our appreciation and another round of applause. Thank you.
Mayor, I'd just like to say one thing, because Mr. Gill is a close friend of mine and my wife's. The one story he always told, everybody should know, is about the chair. Always has an extra chair in his classroom because he was denied bringing his African-American friend to a party once in New York where the woman said there's no other chairs for that child. And that was a story he told. If you don't know it, get to hear it. He always tells it. Mr. Gill, thank you for telling us that story.
Councilman Yacobelis.
Thank you, Mayor. We also have a proclamation honoring in memoriam Dr. George Cameron. Is anybody here to receive that on behalf of his family or the Cameron Animal Hospital? Okay, why don't you come on up? Whereas Dr. George Cameron began practicing veterinary medicine in 1970, his father founded Cameron Animal Hospital in 1936, constructing the first purposely built animal hospital in the state. Dr. Cameron grew up on a farm in Parsippany, New Jersey, an idyllic childhood with his 3 brothers, 1 sister, and many animals. He also spent much of his childhood working at the hospital, doing everything from caring for hospitalized patients to assisting his father. And whereas Dr. Cameron served as a medic in the United States Army before receiving his bachelor's degree from Rutgers University, he went on to receive his veterinary degree from Ontario Veterinary College before rejoining his father's practice. Unfortunately, excuse me, can we have silence in the room, please? Whereas during his 45 years at Cameron Animal Hospital, Dr. Cameron has selflessly served the community, helping tens of thousands of animals in need through medical services, service to many rescue and shelter organizations, and a rescue program directly through the hospital. Of particular note, his role as founder of PAWS. One of Dr. Cameron's proudest achievements is his family. His love story with his wife of many years, Juanita Cameron, is one for the ages. His love for her is evident in his role of raising his daughter Debbie and helping his 4 wonderful grandchildren to success. And in addition to his work at the hospital, Dr. Cameron was a founder of PAWS, which served as a shelter for the Township of Montclair for 15 years, served as a veterinarian of record for PAWS and afterwards the Montclair Township Animal Shelter, and was appointed by Governor Hughes to the New Jersey State Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners, on which he served for 16 years, 6 of those as president of the board. So now, therefore, and in a solemn nature, the mayor and council of the Township of Montclair hereby recognize in memoriam the remarkable contributions of Dr. George Cameron, a pillar of the Montclair community, a pioneer and true hero in the animal welfare world, and extend our deepest sympathy to his daughter Deborah, his 4 grandchildren, and many who will cherish his memory. And I so move.
Thank you. And next, Councilman Russo.
Yeah, I don't think Dr. Barnes or Carter are here, or any of his family members or her family members. Are they here? No. So I'll just say this. We have a nice resolution similarly, which Councilman Cummings and I presented on Saturday. It was a wonderful opening of the Barnes and Carter new optometrist office. And it was just a crowd of 100 wonderful people of all diverse backgrounds on the corner of Washington and Orange Road. Great revival of that corner, which used to be, as you know, the South End Hardware. So we want to wish Dr. Barnes and Dr. Carter good luck. They have a wonderful staff, wonderful clientele, wonderful products, you know, for your eyes, which I have a lot of problems with, as you can tell. So we wish them luck. We have a proclamation we gave them, David and I gave them, and we are asking everybody to patronize the business if you can, because we want to have businesses like this from our local community, black-owned businesses, survive and thrive, and I hope everybody supports Drs. Barnes and Carter. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just going to really add 3 decades they've been in Montclair serving the community, have participated on numerous boards and organizations, and I think what they've done, I think Renee, Dr. Baskerville can acknowledge how he's really transformed the South End Business District with that side, which really started back when Mr. Young and Mr. Hazard, all the old-time owners of businesses there, including South End Florida, which I think right now is doing a very good job. So, Bob, it was great to be there with you. And Dr. Barnes couldn't make it tonight. He has a board meeting that he had to attend to that he couldn't get away, but he does thank us for this proclamation.
Thank you. Councilwoman Price Abrams.
Thank you, Mayor. It's my privilege to share a proclamation recognizing the second Sunday in June as Racial Amity Day in Montclair. Is there anybody here to receive that proclamation? So I will also just say a few words. There was a wonderful program that took place again on Saturday, Sunday, the second Sunday in June. Councilor Russo and I represented the council there, and I want to acknowledge the Baha'i faith community in Montclair for being those who initiated it. Apparently, Racial Amity Day, amity being a word for friendship, and this is really just that we should find common cause with all people and across race and through race, and race is just something that we embrace in all fashions. And so there was a wonderful day. I'll just read the one whereas that shares about it. The Montclair Baha'i faith community led the observation the observance of this year's Racial Amity Day through a devotional gathering at Montclair History Center, again on Sunday, June 11th. The organization took the opportunity to pray for unity and celebrate the ways in which people have reached across racial differences to help each other through association, amity, and collaboration. Through their ongoing work, the Montclair Baha'i faith community continues to build working partnerships, friendships, and alliances to advance the cause of racial relations and racial amity. And performing were Jazz House Kids, a wonderful ensemble, just hugely talented. Montclair High School students read some of their own personal reflections, as well as the Amanda Gorman poem, The Hill We Climb. It was all very moving, and I encourage folks to come in future years to help share in that celebration and observance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Cummings?
Yes, is anyone here from the Juneteenth Community Partners Committee? Okay. Peter, good idea, man. Thank you for that. I'll read to you. I am going to read a proclamation from the Township of Montclair to this wonderful committee for the efforts and work that they're going to be doing over the next couple of days. We really appreciate that. Yeah. Whereas Juneteenth is a combination of the words June and 19th, commemorating the day when African Americans became free in the United States of America. Juneteenth is the oldest nationally celebrated commemoration of the ending of slavery. President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863, declaring freedom for slaves in Confederate territory and paving the way for the passing of the 13th Amendment, which formally abolished slavery. News about the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation was delayed about 2.5 years in reaching authorities and slaves in the south and southwestern parts of the country. And whereas on June 19, 1865, Union Army General Gordon Granger rode into Galveston, Texas, informing enslaved persons of the Emancipation Proclamation and thus their freedom by reading General Order No. 3 as follows. The people of Texas are informed that in accordance with the proclamation from the Executive of the United States, all slaves are free. This involves an absolute equality of rights and rights of property between former masters and slaves, and the connection heretofore existing between them becomes that between employer and hired laborer. Whereas the reading of General Order No. 3 transmitted the news of freedom to the enslaved residents of Texas and therefore freed those who are recognized as the last remaining enslaved people of the United States. And whereas the celebrations that followed the reading of General Order No. 3 began a tradition that has lasted over 150 years throughout the United States with community events such as parades, cookouts, prayer gatherings, music performances, and historical cultural readings. And whereas, as America recognizes this important date in our history for the second consecutive year, Montclair will celebrate with multiple events across the township. We thank the Juneteenth Community Partners Committee for hosting a series of events from June 12th through June 17th, bringing awareness to this significant celebration. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the Township of Montclair do hereby recognize Juneteenth and its national impact, which shaped and continues to influence our society today. We acknowledge this holiday as a time for reflection and rejoicing. We encourage residents to become more aware of the significance of this celebration in American history and in the heritage of our nation and township. So, ladies, thank you very much. And wish you well this weekend. Okay?
Move away from the podium.
Watch the wire, too.
Ham and cheese. One more.
Mayor, just want to thank these folks for all the hard work you're doing, because the Juneteenth and the connection with the Howe House is very clear. So we're going to be having a big march next week. But I want to just say to Amina, especially, who I've known for a long time, thank you for your hard work. And I want to acknowledge all the people who are up there. But Amina Toller Years ago, Amina Toller's father, David Toller, gave me several books on race relations and the struggles of black folks in this country and on Martin Luther King. And tonight I was just listening. I just want to mention this because it's very important. I was crying. My wife said, "What are you doing to yourself before the meeting?" I said, "I'm getting a good cry now." 5 o'clock, I was listening to a dance group from Union that did a dance at the Martin Luther King Justice Complex in Essex County, down on Martin Luther King Boulevard, if you know where that is, Old High Street, where there's a beautiful statue of Dr. King. Now, the dance troupe synchronized in sync with Dr. King's final speech, which was a fairly important, long speech, but they cut some of it. The last part was the key, when Dr. King was talking about the 1,300 sanitation workers that had formed a union and wanted to just get decent wages and have safe conditions and have a labor union. And the city was against it, and the white folks down there were against it. And Dr. King was down there to rally those workers and all the supporters, and it was in Tennessee, by the way, Memphis, Tennessee. That's where he was shot the next morning. So it was a really touching speech to listen to before coming here tonight. I just want to mention that to people. You should try to hear Dr. King's final speech. All the great speeches he made, everybody knows, but the final speech about the workers in Memphis, Tennessee, the sanitation workers, the poorest workers that had the worst conditions, needed help, and he was down there to help them because it's an economic justice issue. Economic justice issue, not just a racial issue, a social issue. It's an economic justice issue he was fighting for, so people would have decent wages and have the right to have a labor union. Thank you.
Okay, next. All right, thank you. Next, we're going to open it up for public comment. All speakers must sign the sign-in sheet next to the podium before addressing the council. Please limit your comments to 2 minutes. If you wish to comment on a pending ordinance listed on this evening's agenda, please make sure your comment during the public hearing for that time. We are, with the number of individuals here and making sure we're getting through, we have 2 minutes for tonight. And we ask that are you mindful of that so everyone has a chance to speak tonight as well? Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Haywood Woods.
Excuse me,
50
actually.
Pine Street.
Sorry.
I don't understand that you put a bicycle lane and cut down half of the street and take all the meters away. Now you took some other meters away on Bloomfield Avenue across from the precinct. Where's this money going for the town that you want people to go in these parking decks and stuff like that? And as you go down Glenridge Avenue, you cut off half of the street. I stand for hours. I haven't seen any bicycles go down there. Plus, there's no handicap. I'm handicapped. There's no handicap parking on the left-hand side. Not one. There's got 8 cars sitting on that side. I think that's ridiculous. Okay? Now, like I said before, if you go down there, I don't want to be in one of those decks at nighttime, and I'm a big guy. There's no security in those decks. Okay? There's no security for, I don't want any of these females. Even I'm a guy. I wouldn't want to be in that thing. And you're going to talk about having cameras? What is the camera going to do for me? So you guy put a gun to my head and said, "Oh, hey, stick up. Oh, excuse me, I'm posing. Give me a break." All right? This is ridiculous. You keep on taking these meters away, and I don't understand this. For bicycles? Come on. And we don't have any parking in this town? And where's the money going to go to? Where's this money going? This is going to these parking decks? This is what I don't understand. Okay? And I think you should look into this and have more, and you go down further where the old, make sure I get time. You go down further where the Dunkin' Donuts used to be. There's one handicap spot. As you go all the way down Bloomfield Avenue, there's only one handicap spot on that avenue. I think that's ridiculous. I think you should change that and look into that for the people. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may. I know there's a lot of people in the room tonight just regarding school funding, so I just want to say a couple things up front before public comment starts. It has already started, but before everybody gets up. So let me I want to frame, and this is just my perspective, so I want to just frame a couple things. So just please allow me to get through a quick framing, some temporary solution ideas that I have, and then some long-term solution ideas as well.
Let's hear from the audience first.
So, Bob, I believe you just bloviated for like 3 minutes, and none of us interrupted.
Bloviated.
So we're gonna.
Bloviated,
I'm gonna
okay?
comment now. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Okay, so from a framing perspective, and
What
again,
about Dr. King? I'm bloviated.
asking for quiet in the room, please. Thank you. So I believe our success is contingent on school district success, fundamentally. I don't think it helps if the town is doing really, really well, municipal finances are solid if the school district isn't doing well, and if education, quality of education, and the quality of our physical plant and our buildings aren't good. We're intrinsically linked. Our fates are linked to each other. We can have the best roads, the best parks, the best police, fire, sanitation, all of that, but if the schools aren't doing well, that's going to affect the town overall. So fundamentally, I believe that. We also had a $20 million revenue loss minimum through the pandemic. We cut the debt repayment this year by $1 million. Using reserves and cutting back on debt repayment, and with final COVID aid, we were able to raise our spending by 5% this year. We had to. A lot of reasons: inflation, healthcare costs for employees, retired employees, all went through the roof. And that was so we can keep the tax increase to 2%. And I just want to ask everybody to understand that we do have different constituencies and critical services. We have people that we've promised, a lot of people we've promised a senior center to, the Clary Anderson Arena repairs. We have a lot of pedestrian strikes and bicycle strikes in Montclair. We have stormwater. We had 150 homes flooded during Ida. We have a lot of stormwater infrastructure to fix. We promised we'd hire a social worker. We promised we'd hire a sustainability officer for the town. And even just something like banning leaf blowers, which we're going to do. Acquiring the devices alone is going to cost tens of thousands of dollars with rapid charger batteries. So these are just examples of things that are going to cost money over time and that we've committed to. So I just want everybody to have that perspective in that we have to be mindful of all of our constituencies. That said, I do think there are temporary solutions that we have to consider as a government. One, thinking about economies of scale for services. What can the town and the district and even the library collaborate on to share services, resources, contracts? Do we all need to have different law firms, for example, or professional service contracts, for example? I think we need to be looking for economies of scale across our different governments. Can the township expand our, excuse me again, I'm going to ask for silence in the room. We're going to have a basic premise in this room that if somebody is speaking, we're listening to them, whether you're at the microphone there or whether you're at the microphone here. We're going to have civility in this room. Other temporary solutions: expand our grant writing capabilities to look for education grants to offset some of the costs. Can the township cover the cost of the safety resource officer? That's something I'd like us to crunch the numbers and consider. And can we project now, start now with our CFO and our financial advisor and accumulate funds from breakage from open roles, meaning if we have a role funded for the year and that role is open, we're saving money every month that role is open. So saving those dollars, as well as quarantining any cannabis tax revenue so we're counting it so we know how much we're accumulating in both of those categories, so we can come up with a number at some point later this year that we could potentially give to the school district in our temporary budget. And then longer term solutions, 100% right now this year, 100% of pilot revenue is already spoken for. And the reason is because all the pilot revenue goes directly into the general fund, and when we pass a budget, we allocate all of those dollars, that money is spoken for. But going on and looking at, I think we need to go on and look for and go through an overall efficiency exercise as a government where we look at where we can cut and how much does that save. I think in the realm of legal costs, we have a lot of opportunity to save. Consulting costs, we have a lot of opportunity to save. And then looking at, I'm almost done, and then looking more broadly at shared services, true shared services. Animal control, Nutley's interested. Looking at West Orange, having a conversation in West Orange, maybe having a conversation in West Orange and Bloomfield about a larger shared fire services agreement. Do we talk to Glen Ridge about police coverage potentially, shared services agreement there? So my idea would be tonight that we just take away and think about two working groups: an internal working group that's focused on cost-cutting, efficiency, and shared services, and an external working group, and I see Mr. Cantor's here from the district, partnership with the BOE to just specifically to work on grants, shared services, and thinking about new ways that the township can generate new revenue streams for the district. And I say this all on top of what I've already said, which is fundamental principle that I believe we should be sharing future pilot revenue and revisiting existing pilots with the school district based on the cost of kids living in those projects cost the district. So I just wanted to share that so that you know that I'm thinking about a lot of these solutions and ideas. And so in case anybody asks in this public comment that you're hearing it. So thank you.
Thank
So
you.
then, Peter, will you support my resolution to shift pilot money to the schools tonight? I want to hear from you folks first, then we'll get to what I propose.
Good evening. I am Jose Adjournment. I have been a Montclair resident for the past 24 years. In 2008, I quit my job in Manhattan as a director of finance to start an eco-friendly landscaping and gardening service business in Montclair. We pioneered providing eco-friendly gardening services. We were not using leaf blowers or any chemicals that pollute the environment. We purchased 3 solar-powered mowers to provide quiet and clean lawn maintenance. The business was very successful, but suddenly I became sick with bronchitis and pneumonia. Every gardening season in spring and fall, I was sick. After 3 years of suffering respiratory illnesses, my doctor asked me to change job and return to my professional career. I was diagnosed with asthma, a condition that nobody has in my family. I got very ill, and it was necessary to shut down my successful business 10 years ago. I lost more than $250,000, and I got a permanent respiratory condition. What caused my illness? For 3 years, I was exposed every day to the fumes of leaf blowers and gas mower used by other landscapers. After 2 years out of business, I saw some improvement in my health, but my respiratory condition is forever. I need to carry this thing now, every time. And today I'm sick. I can't breathe because of what happened to me. This is forever. Can you imagine the leaf blower operators are affected? Landscaping companies don't provide adequate protection equipment to their workers. They don't know the fate of the employees because the high turnover in the industry, most of the workers are undocumented immigrants without protection and health insurance. I am appealing to all of you to ban the gas blower before the beginning of the season and for cleanups. I also appealing to those council members who are considered my friends. Herlo, Sean Spiller, Bob Russo, Lori, Peter Giacobelli. They have been allies and supported for environmental initiative. We have submitted in the past. So the ordinance is not banning leaf blower, but promoting the use of a new technology that is clear and less noisy. This is not the time to play game and playing the game of Cinema Kirsten and Joe Manchin. We need to do that now. Please understand all the people who are suffering.
Seeing no one else coming for public comment? Come on, thank you.
Amner de Leon, and had I planned it to go after you, Jose, you wouldn't have believed it. So, I run an all-electric lawn care service out of Princeton, including our truck. And I was invited here today, but right as I was walking in, I got this email. I'm pleased to report that you have been selected by Princeton to service our nuance compliance landscape service. We received 6 quotes, and you were selected because of your competitive pricing, utilization of power equipment, which aligns with our goals of the community of reducing noise, exhaust, and other negative impacts of gasoline equipment. Now, when I started this concept, I looked at pricing, obviously. Tens of thousands of worth of equipment for the leaf blowers. It doesn't cost that much because I do have 6 leaf blowers currently. So I just want you to utilize me as a resource to help you understand this. I think Princeton selecting us to service them gives us the credibility. We can service up to 10 acres of lawn mowing. We have a program that we're putting together right now for leaf removal, which will reduce the amount of leaves that go into the wastelands. So the cost to the town is actually, you start reducing your cost at that point because of the way that we will remove leaves. We also are going to get into snow removal, which was not our original concept, but the equipment is there. And when we have the downtime and we're not using the lawnmowers, we can use the batteries so that the batteries also sustain their life throughout the whole year. So we're looking into that, and I'm here just to support Montclair, just as I do with Princeton.
Mayor, if I may, sir, if I may. Can I invite the gentleman back who was just speaking, sir?
Come on back.
I
We
just
got
want,
questions.
I might have answers.
well, mostly I want to know, I appreciate that you came, and do you have a card with you, or?
Yes, I do. I have plenty of cards.
So if you would, I'd like one, please. We don't have to make a long conversation now, but I just appreciate your presentation and knowing that there's viable business models that are succeeding and that we can help move this cause along.
Well, you can.
I'll share those. Thank you very much.
You can look at our webpage. We have pictures there of the equipment and what we utilize. On Facebook, we also have videos of how we utilize the equipment. The issue is education. Being that most of us are Latinos that are involved in lawn care, I got into lawn care because I was consulting the business. I don't normally do the lawn care side, and I realized that the employees, they have this big noisy backpack in their ear, so eventually it's going to be hearing loss. They're inhaling all that gasoline, and on top of it, the amount of noise. That's actually what is helping my business grow. When other households see that we're mowing a lawn with a ride-on mower, and it's not that loud.
Thank you for coming
It
to
could-
talk with us. Thanks.
I have to ask you something too.
Yes.
How many batteries do you go through a day per blower, or do you have a rapid
It's not
charger?
per blower, because you also have to educate the employees on when you should be using the blower. There's, in the landscaping business, sometimes they're blowing even mulch.
Right.
So you have to educate them on when you should be using it.
But
and
on
when you shouldn't.
average?
On average, and we use actually our 5-amp battery. We go through
2 per unit a day?
2 per unit a day.
Okay. And do you have a rapid charger?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
We have rapid charger, and
And
soon
is
we're going
this-
to add
Is this Crest brand, or do you use other brands?
Ego.
Ego, okay.
Exclusive Ego, and we're soon going to be adding a solar panel to the electric truck so that we can charge the batteries while we're working.
You'll have a lot of business in Montclair starting in 2024.
Anyone else?
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I don't have a question for him. I just have a response. I have the ordinance as revised in front of me. Chapter 219, leaf blowers. Don't tell me not to read it, Laurie. Leaf blowers, gas-powered. The leaf blowers, purpose and intent. The Township of Montclair hereby finds that the use of gas-powered leaf blowers impairs the economic and social welfare, health, peace, and quality of life of persons residing in Montclair. The purpose of this section is to eliminate the adverse impact of such equipment by prohibiting its use within the township. And it goes on and on. It's only 2 pages. It was supposed to be brought up tonight. I don't have a second. Thank you.
I'm going to say, if I may, Mayor, and people are wondering, I'm not prepared. I don't know if that's the proper draft. I don't know if we've decided we're not going to have electric leaf blowers in use other times of the year. We are going to beat the season if I can get it done with the colleagues who are willing. So we will talk about this in its due time, but I'd like to invite the rest of the public.
All right, let me just say this, because I'm not
All
going to
right,
say any
it's
more
public
about leaf
comments, but
blowers
come on
tonight. The leaf blower ordinance is going to be postponed until the 18th of July again, okay? It's another 5 weeks. You can't use gas-powered leaf blowers right now. That's true. But why do we have to wait to make the statement with all the terrible weather we had the last week, with all the terrible conditions in the environment? Why do we have to keep waiting for landscapers to be happy, for training, for the exaggerated costs that Councilman Yacobelis keeps bringing up, exaggerated cost, the inability to charge. Everything's going electric. I'm not sure that's the great answer to everything, but we have to tell our staff first. You're going to have to change to do what Maplewood is doing, to do what Prince is doing. We have to tell our staff to do it. And our staff has people in it who have landscaper connections, okay? There are people like, look at what Jose just said, how sick he got doing that kind of work. There is a terrible health crisis. It's not a noise issue anymore. This resolution here that Gina prepared, and I want to thank her publicly, does not say noise, which it said 2 months ago. We waited a month. We were coming back to do it. I can't get a second. I think Councilwoman Schlager told me today, late today, she would second it. But she doesn't want it to have restrictions on electric. We have to restrict electric. We could give them 6 months, use the electric. Phase it out eventually, but you shouldn't have any blowing, because it's not just a noise issue, it's a health issue. If I could tell everybody one more time, we're all getting sick. We're all getting sick of this pollution and of this terrible, terrible machine. It's a terrible machine, gas-powered leaf blowers. We don't have to do what landscapers want us to do. I'll just tell you, 20 years ago when I was mayor, and you don't want to hear it, but you should, the Republican councilwoman from Bloomfield came here and threatened me several times. He was a Republican councilwoman from Bloomfield who was a landscaper. A nice Italian guy kept coming up, Russo, we're going to get you. And they got me. I didn't get reelected, but they kept threatening me. They kept threatening me from Bloomfield, and it's a Republican councilman. I'm not going to say who. Republican Party's obstructing a lot of things today, isn't it?
Mindful of the comments. Public comment, please.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Quinn Egan. I'm really disturbed by this 2-minute thing because most of us prepared for 3 minutes. Peter Yacobelis wrote about Lackawanna in 2017 on a community Facebook page. We have big concerns about adding this much residential volume to a nearby intersection. Grove Street is just simply not equipped to handle that many more cars in the span of a few streets where the railroad tracks and trains already cause significant backups and lines of idling cars whenever a train is coming through. We would like to see the number of units come down to around the 200 mark. 300 plus is too excessive. Peter, this was how you felt when you first arrived in Montclair, when you were a regular citizen like the rest of us, before you became a town councillor and before you began to work with this Lackawanna developer. When I asked you in person at the courthouse in Newark recently what had changed your mind so drastically since 2017, your answer was only 2 words: affordable housing. Our group, Montclair Residents for Responsible Development, feels very strongly that this is very strange because we still think that this massive development plan that reaches as high as 8 stories is so very destructive to the environment, to the look and feel of our town, and is now much more than 200 luxury apartments. So it promises serious congestion and traffic issues. And worse than all of that, will cause gentrification of the 4th Ward. The 4th Ward has been a mostly African-American community since the early 1900s, when redlining made it so this was the place that African-Americans were most welcome. But now that downtown Montclair is in high demand and so very profitable, the new structural and systematic racist methods of designating black communities as areas in need of redevelopment and gifting pilot programs to wealthy investors to build luxury apartments has been employed. This threatens to push African Americans out of Montclair entirely. This is no mistake. This is by design. White America keeps on appropriating all that Black America builds.
Thank you. Thank you.
Here. So stay here.
Hi, Bonnie Abrams Fogel, picking up for Rachel since you cut the time, and I'll stick another time about my concern. Why do you offer pilot programs to wealthy developers to build luxury apartments or hotels in one of the most sought-after towns to live in the USA? You grant developers exemptions from traditional property taxes for as much as 30 years, I believe. The MC Hotel gets tax breaks, for goodness sake. How many boondoggles are we talking about in Montclair? I say we stop pilots and just get these wealthy business people to pay real estate taxes like all the rest of us have to do. Our schools, Our schools are falling apart while they get massive tax breaks, and then they get to favor and give little donations to our not-for-profits and school programs as they wish. What a privilege. We would be better off without their charity if you required them to simply pay their property taxes, tax the developers, stop the pilots. Do not gentrify the Fourth Ward. The Fourth Ward matters. And by the way, the partial gas leaf blower ban was brought to you by good citizens like Leah Katz and Deb Ellis, who did all the research and legwork. But now you are pushing back on this new group who have picked up on the mantle to save Mother Nature and enforce a full ban. Why? And I have 40 seconds. So, why are we hiring another law firm when Mr. Burr and Ms. DeVito act as town attorneys? What are they being hired to do? Will you share with us the required certification of an anti-collusion statement stating their firm has no relationship with the town or anyone doing business with the township? And I don't think I have to show the council people the photograph of all the partners in the law firm. I don't think I have to. And if anybody wants me to, I'll show it to you later.
It's been quite some time since I've gotten a chance to be here with you all. Sorry that I was away, but I am watching, listening, getting messages on a regular basis. A lot of things going on in town. Just a lot of fires everywhere that sometimes make it hard even for me to breathe. All the dissension, all the misappropriations, all the stuff going on with the school district. My name is Ahava Felicidad, one word, one flow, president of the Tenants Organization of Montclair, the group that brought us rent control with all of our supporters. A special shout out to the clergy of Montclair. You know I don't come up here without saying thank you. Even with all the negative things that I see going on in town, there's still a lot of positive things. I'm up here just to give everyone a reminder that TOOM is still in existence. We are still having and offering monthly meetings, whether they be in person or virtual or both. We can be reached at tenantsorganizationmontclair@gmail.com, 973-936-8848. We still have people having a lot of issues. As I've said before, I don't like focusing on all of what happened, but the repair from the world health crisis that we're still coming out of, a lot of years to go. And I'm very upset about what's going on in the school district. Glenfield, Northeast, Mount Heber, now Buzz Aldrin, Montclair High to Temple University, my journey here in this township. And I don't like that all of these teachers are being cut. Have a good night.
Good evening, Dave Herron. Fact, fact, fact. It is true that Councilman Giacobellis withdrew his lawsuit, defamation lawsuit against me. Fact. Mr. Giacobellis wanted me to sign a confidential statement, which I refused. Fact. Mr. Giacobellis did not withdraw his lawsuit because he wanted to heal and focus on his mayoral campaign. He withdrew that lawsuit because he was facing a frivolous lawsuit complaint that I was about to file, which was forcing him to withdraw that lawsuit. And by the way, the deadline for him to have withdrawn that lawsuit was today. Fact. Mr. Jacobellis claims he had a good lawsuit, and he would have won. Should have left it there then. There's a high bar for an elected official to win a defamation lawsuit. It requires actual malice or total disregard for the accuracy of one's statement. Could not have won that. Fact, this was nothing but a feeble attempt to silence me. It was mean-spirited, it was vicious, it was outrageous. Also, they wanted me to sign a statement saying, and they were going to write it for me. That statement read in part, I quote, David Herron, had met with Mr. Jacobellis, and I believe that I spoke out of turn, that I did not understand all the information. Now that I have had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Jacobellis, I no longer have those thoughts.
Thank you for your time.
Very good. And all I'll say is this in closing. Mr. Jacobellis sought to make me his political slave.
Thank you.
I am not your Negro.
Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Anson Pope, Elm Street here in Montclair. I actually do want to come and thank you as well. I was here at the last meeting to do so, but it got a little late and I had to go home. I had to teach the next morning too, Mayor. But yes, thank you so much for approving all of the cannabis licenses. That is going to be a very lucrative business here in this township. And the fact that we have dynamics between the businesses that are going to sell and the businesses that are going to grow makes it an in-community business. And they're going to, share the wealth, not just in funds, but also in hiring local and so forth. So I do appreciate that. I do want to follow up on something that Rachel mentioned. She read that about what you said, Mr. Jacobellis, and it was it was on Facebook. You also said we would also like to see, rather than massive structures, for the larger lot to be more dissected, and for there to include more open space with walk paths, attractive lighting, space for public art, and water features. Even more interesting, as you wrote, we are intrigued by the idea we've heard about unearthing some of the waterway that runs beneath the site. Yet that remains changed. What has changed is that in that time you became an executive director of an organization whose funding we still have no information about because you haven't filed, or if you have, it's been filed and put on hold until October. So we have no way of knowing anything or any truth or any facts. And in fact, in your memo before the meeting tonight, you said that you were going to not discuss the school issue, and yet you did. So you still lied. You continue to lie. That's a politician, though. What can we expect? And on that note, instead of donating $1, $5, $10, $50 to any of these campaigns up here, donate it to the schools. All right? Give the money to the schools yourselves. Don't donate to them. They are not working for us. We know this. Thank you.
Hello. I'm a senior at N.J.S.A, and tonight a lot of people have talked about and will talk about a lot of issues, and all of them are very important and will have a big impact on the town. And I don't mean to diminish any of these issues, but I'm not going to speak about them. I just want to say thank you for listening to your constituents and being here doing your jobs. I'm sure you all will be working until midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3, and that's hard. And thank you for being here and serving as our government even in difficult times. I cede my time.
Hello, I'm happy to be able to speak here tonight. My name is Jenna Petricone. This is my son, Beck. I have 4 children in the school district: Glenfield, Hillside, and Nishuane. These schools have been excellent resources. The teachers are incredible and gifted, and they don't get enough credit. When I hear of cutting expenses towards the schools, it infuriates me. Do you know why the apple is a symbol of education? Because when America was moving out west for manifest destiny, there were towns that could not afford educators. And so the teachers were dependent upon the entire community so that they could take care of our children. And apples became a very frequent gift, as they're like an autumn harvest, and they're plentiful, and they don't spoil easily. And so an apple became appreciation for them. Where are the apples? Where are the apples for our teachers? We are not taking care of them. We are not taking care of our children. It is our collective responsibility to protect, educate, and care for the children in this town. I am moving my family out of Montclair this summer. It breaks my heart. I love this town. I live right there. I'm a landlord. I've had amazing tenants. I am friends with every business up in here. And we're leaving, and it breaks my heart, and it breaks my children's heart. And one of the biggest reasons is the school, and the other is Lackawanna development. I'm out of here before that starts. That's all I gotta say. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, council and the public. My name is Maggie Geralman. I'm at 65 Portland Place, and I'm here to express my concern over high-density development on the Lackawanna site. All of our opinions vary, but many of us agree that bigger is not better. My first concern is water, subterranean and surface. In the last several years, unprecedented flooding has taken place in the central corridor, and several water mains have ruptured. Lackawanna sits at the lowest elevation in the area. This area has been referred to as Mud Pond for a reason. The terrain under Lackawanna is replete with culverts sourced by Tony's Brook and the additional runoff and groundwater from the higher elevations. The proposed plan would include the weight of hundreds and thousands of tons of brick and mortar from 5 buildings and a parking deck with hundreds of cars, adding more tonnage. Can or should this area withstand the weight of such a project? It only takes one stress fracture to produce a disastrous result, which we have seen in the world in many places. All of us, including elected officials, pay lip service to the existential threats to the environment. We bemoan climate change, weather disruption, flooding, wildfires, and climate deniers. Before us now lies an opportunity to take prudent action regarding this project that will affect future generations. My grandchildren, your grandchildren, and their children. We don't need the magic kingdom on that site. We don't need another vanity salon or cannabis dispensary. We need a supermarket, affordable housing, workforce housing, townhomes, pervious green space, a community space, all sourced with solar energy. There is not a hardware store left in the 3rd and 4th wards. I'm going to keep going.
All right, well, that is your time, though, so if you could wrap it up, please.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Thank you.
There is not a hardware store left in the 3rd and 4th wards. Yet there are 4 parking decks and 2 more in the planning. This reality represents progress for some
Thank you.
and an
Thank you.
eroding sense of community for others.
Thank you.
Anybody want
Thank
to
you so
finish
much.
for me?
Okay, but keep my time because I have something else to say later. I realize that market forces, projections, and pure profit motives determine the direction community development takes. Every square foot of new construction represents a measure of profit. Parking and traffic experts do not have a crystal ball. We have become a destination city at the expense of residents and taxpayers. Our demographics are changing. Economic and racial diversity is declining. This is well documented. And for the folks that move here for the diversity, is there no diversity in Brooklyn or in Manhattan or elsewhere? Gentrification is usually associated with impoverished areas, not suburbs like Montclair. But the development frenzy of the last 20 years and has taken it up a notch. Gentrification brings segregation and resegregation, and we are seeing it here. The present municipal government will be remembered for many things, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Do you want to be remembered for approving a project that increases our carbon footprint, urbanizes our spaces, and chips away at the beauty and historical character of the township? Is it your vision to allow Montclair to be bought and sold? There are alternatives and solutions, and there will be concessions. Please be prudent and don't forget your humanity. The pandemic gave us the opportunity to take care of each other. Let's continue doing that, but in a big way.
Hi, my name is Josh Cohen. I'm in Ward 2. I'm going to speak sideways because some of this notes needs to go to the audience. Did anyone notice the irony tonight of honoring Mr. Gill, the teacher, especially after last month's town council meeting when this council basically said, let them eat cake. They haven't given us any. The only one leading on the issue of pilots is Councilman Russo, and he's actually going to introduce a resolution tonight that the pilots will be split tonight. So I want you to pay really close attention on who's going to vote for the pilots. Because right now, as far as I know, it's just Councilman Russo. So Peter Iacobellis, you talk a good game, but if you want to be mayor and you want to lead, then you got to lead. So that should be a yes tonight. Spiller, it should be a yes. You represent the N.J.S.A Education Association, and you're throwing teachers under the bus in Montclair? How do you do that? I don't even understand that. If I was in that union, I would be infuriated. Councilman Russo is introducing the resolution. Please pay attention about who votes yes for it tonight. If it's only Councilman Russo and he's running for mayor, that should tell you exactly who's leading and who just wants to talk a good game. I'll just say this quickly. The leaf blower issue has come up before. Peter Iacobellis talked a good game about that, and he's pulling back on it. He's going to do the same thing with pilots, unless he votes yes tonight, unless any of you vote for yes tonight. Councilman Cummings, you don't want any of this, but at least we know where you stand. Peter Iacobellis, you build up our hopes, you get us to do all this stuff, and then you always pull back. At least with Cummings, I know exactly where he stands. The rest of you vote yes, or it means nothing. I'll leave it at that.
I will just briefly say, because you mentioned it, and yes, I'm very proud to represent educators, and as a teacher myself. And I will say this, and everyone up here would do all they can, and the reason why putting forward something on paper that may say whatever is not supported, and certainly not supported by me, is that it would not put a dime more to help solve this problem. What a bunch of us have asked is for meetings to try and have conversations about this to see, listen, fine, but so to try and put dollars forward to see if there's loan options that can get to a time period before a public can vote on it. But as we had our financial expert and CFO speak to at the last meeting, right, the pilot dollars, as was already said, are spent. The dollars that you would not have accepted, if you did not do a pilot, not one dime extra would have gone to the schools. Those dollars would reduce and offset the tax levy, which means they would not have one dime less to go to the schools. So we're looking for real solutions here, and I will say on the other side of it, and certainly I think it's been seen, and it's kind of surprising to me that the very same individuals who talk about working together and supporting educators and teachers don't want educators and teachers in those spaces having the conversation. So I appreciate the irony, rich irony in that statement. But having those individuals there, all of us there to look for solutions is the way forward. But we can, you look for that or we cannot. So, but thank you. As we noted from the start here, we're going to act civil. We up here listen to everything everyone has to say, and we say it before. But for those who come and want to yell out or do anything else, when we criticize it at the national level, when we see the discourse that occurs there and we all say that's just inappropriate, when we see a president and see others who exercise themselves in certain ways and we say that's just inappropriate, and here we are in Montclair, civility is important when you agree with people or when you don't. And the point is, whether it's a councilman speaking at the beginning and you like what he has to say or you don't, or a councilman who speaks his mind and you like what he has to say or he doesn't, or anyone else, civility is not there for when it's easy for you because you agree with them. Civility is there when you don't. And we ask that you are civil as you are here and part of this conversation. We will sit here. We will listen to what everyone has to say. We will give everyone their time to be able to speak. We will respond and speak when we speak as well. And we don't yell and scream when you speak, and we ask that you don't yell and scream when we speak. If you make light of that or don't care about civility, that is on you, but you will have to be the one that lives with that. Please.
I prepared a 3-minute public comment, so my friend AL is going to finish my comments for me. My name is Colleen Doherty, and I live on Warman Street. At the last meeting, you heard from parents, students, the Board of Education, the Montclair Education Association, PTAC, and the message was clear and simple. Help, we said. The expenses on the school budget are increasing at a higher rate than revenue. Help us find ways to increase the school district revenue. Help us to not have to let go of our teachers and staff. I believe you all have a sincere desire, you all are sincere in your desire to help. Mayor Spiller, I do understand that you wanted to have finance people look over the budget and give their opinion, and you turn to the people you work with and trust. But those people happen to be in the New Jersey Teachers Union, and you are the president of that union. And so I'm sure you understood why the school administration bristled at this. According to the Barista.net, according to the Barista.net article, they had a specific question. Who is the meeting with? My advice, and I know you're not asking for it, is to assure the school district in both words and actions that you are acting as mayor and as a resident, and take all non-local people out of the conversation. Please do this and have the meeting. Allocating a portion of the pilot revenue to the school district should be the easiest thing this town council does all year. I question why the town has not done this from the beginning. The payment is a payment in lieu of or instead of property tax. Had the payment been a property tax, it would have been allocated to the school district automatically as part of the tax levy.
Thank you.
My name is Al Demont. I have a child at Glenfield and a child at Hillside, and I'm filling in for Colleen since you guys seem to be cutting everything. One could assume, theoretically, that a portion of it is not the town's money, it's the school district's. And it's honorable that the town has been thoughtful enough to use those funds to keep the property taxes down, but the town can both allocate a share to the school district and reduce its expenses and achieve the same result. If we can all change the perception of these funds, I think the rest will fall into place. For example, the argument, it's because we elected to be a type 2 district, the response can be, it doesn't matter. Some of it was really the school's money. To the argument, the town has expenses of its own and we have an obligation to fund those expenses, the response can be, it doesn't matter. Some of it was really the school's money. Year after year, the children of this district feel a bitter disappointment of losing the teachers that they have come to love and trust. If you have the ability to help them and improve the school district, you have the responsibility to do so. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is David Corfidge. I'm a 16-year resident living at 58 Tuxedo Road. I speak to you tonight on behalf of the group Montclair Climate Action, of which I'm president. We all know the gravity of the climate crisis, and if we didn't know it before, the smoke of last week was yet another reminder of what we will face if we don't take action. Montclair needs to be a climate leader to set an example for cities and towns around the state. I'm speaking to you tonight about two things that will help us do that. The first is the gas-powered leaf blower ban. Many people have spoken to the council about this. We ditto everything that has been said and want to express our support for a full ban on gas-powered leaf blowers, both for the public health reasons that have been raised, as well as, of course, the heat trapping pollution that is released by this gas-powered equipment. The machines are both destructive and unnecessary. The township can help by banning the equipment and replacing its own equipment with electric models. Other towns have done it. Why not us? Bureaucratic inertia cannot be the response to climate change. The second thing I'd like to discuss is renewable electricity. Climate scientists tell us that we need to cut our output of heat trapping pollution in half by 2030 in just 7 years. With electricity responsible for about a quarter of our emissions here in town, there's no way we can meet that target without moving to clean renewable electricity. MCA is on record of calling for 100% clean electricity for Montclair Township by 2030. The energy aggregation program gives us a way to do that. It gives people choices and options which they wouldn't have otherwise if we work together. We are currently without an energy aggregation contract. To my understanding, we aren't even looking into a contract, even though renewable electricity prices are down significantly from last fall, the last time we looked into a contract. Aggregation programs in many states, New York, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, are able to get competitive pricing and are continuing to have active programs. Why not us? So I'm asking the council to go to the Sustainable Essex Alliance and to Giblin Associates to put out another bid for renewable electricity and give our township residents that option. Montclair talks a big game about climate and the environment, but too often we don't match our words with our actions with our words with actions. These policies are two simple actions, low-hanging fruit. If we aren't willing to do these, we might as well give up and say we're willing to let the world burn. It's time for us to speak with action and not words. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, Dave.
Councilwoman Price Abrams.
Dave, just to respond. So I was at a Montclair Environmental Commission meeting, and you may have been sitting over here as well as we rolled out, and I was speaking with Gary Abzarni, who manages a lot of infrastructure for our town, and the conversation relates to the fact that we generate some of our own electricity here, and I believe it doesn't become cost effective for the taxpayers or for the ratepayers. And so I'm happy to have a conversation with you, with Gary, to clarify it, but it's not, as you know, we had it, and in revisiting it, and others may have been closer to this, it actually is not advantageous in terms of cost effectiveness.
Well,
So,
I think Gary was referring to the procurement for the town, which is also the Sustainable Essex Alliance. And what I was referring to was the energy aggregation for residents, which was adopted a couple times, and then the contract lapsed in the fall.
Councilwoman, I could speak to that.
Okay,
if you'd like.
please.
So,
Thank you.
serving on those meetings, the energy aggregation program for the township, we were very proud of to move forward. And by the way, massive impact, as you note, right? That's huge. One of the commitments that we gave at that time was that if we could find if we could find cost amounts that were equal to or better than, while trying to provide greener energy, we would move forward with it. The group, the energy aggregation group that moved forward, was able to do that for a number of years. Once the conflict and the war broke out with Ukraine, those prices increased significantly. We were no longer able to honor the commitment that we gave to residents that it would be equal to or less cost than the regular providers that people go to. With that, everybody in the alliance decided that we would hold off until we could find better rates. And once those rates again go back to an equal to or better, we will again move forward with the energy aggregation program.
And I understand that. My impression is that those prices have actually fallen significantly since the fall.
The consultant that works with us, Giblin Associates, is constantly checking on it and constantly checking the rates to see when they are.
Yeah.
When we check in on that, when it hits that number, as I noted before, they will absolutely let us know so we can move forward with it.
Well, I would be happy to follow up with you directly, but I don't want to take time for other people's comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Max Martinez Schaefer. I'm 12 years old, of 6th grade, House Anderson. Recently, our school district has been suffering from budget cuts that have caused many talented and effective teachers to lose their jobs. Tonight, I would like to speak about some of the possible solutions to this urgent matter. Many of the teachers being cut have impacted me and my peers in a very positive way, and we would be devastated to see them go. They make our school a healthy learning environment and make the time to make sure everyone understands the material. If these teachers are cut, it will diminish the quality of students' education. Also, the remaining teachers may be stretched too thin to dedicate enough time for all their students to meet all of their needs. This is an emergency. Our education is on the line, and I asked upon the town council to think outside the box and look for unconventional solutions to prevent existing and further teacher cuts. We as a community should be investing in our schools and the future of the students who attend our schools. To prevent future budget cut issues and cuts, I urge the council to consider using a fair and effective percentage of pilot funds to help fund schools. Other townships such as Orange, Cedar Grove, and Jersey City have used pilot funds to help prevent budget disasters such as the one we are facing now. It is only fair that our school district receives proper funding to ensure good education for all students. I highly encourage you to rethink your funding decisions, and remember, our future is in your hands. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and everyone. My name is Deirdre Malloy. I'm the chairwoman of the Landlord-Tenant Advisory Committee for the municipality. But I want to say that I'm also a parent who has 2 children that graduated from this school district, and I have a niece at Glenfield who's been impacted, as well as a niece who's a junior, going to be a senior, who was devastated because she lost her guidance counselor and another teacher as well. So I understand the concerns. I support your concerns. I'll say that I think the Board of Education needs to revisit its budget practices, and whatever the council can do. Yeah, I'm not the person to be hissing at. Don't do that, okay? Let's show respect. All right, now, and then so the recommendations that the people are providing should be considered. Now, June, thank you. But I'm not here for applause. And what I'm going to talk about has nothing to do with what everyone else is discussing. As I mentioned before, I'm the chairwoman of the Landlord-Tenant Advisory Committee, and I'm here to say that the Landlord-Tenant Advisory is a body of 9 members of landlords and tenants, which includes housing industry expertise that advises the council on and staff on housing issues and conditions, directly assisting the township's landlords and tenants with housing matters and understanding their rights. For example, LTAC provides a variety of resources and information, of which include, but are not limited to, assistance with prevention of eviction and or landlord concerns for non-payment of rent. We work closely with housing monitoring agencies and may refer to the New Jersey Superior Court Landlord-Tenant Essex Vicinage. And I'm going to just finish by saying that currently LTAC is seeking 4 alternate members. You can go onto the website and fill out the volunteer information form, or you may also email us at landlordtenantcommittee@gmail.com, and I'll say please focus on where the matter is.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Amina Toller. I reside here in Montclair on Woodland Avenue. I stand before you as a co-founder of Montclair Mutual Aid, the vice chair of the Landlord Tenant Advisory Committee, the board chair of Friends of Howe House, and a member of Montclair Residents for Responsible Development. I'm also a lifelong resident with a passion for my community, my neighbors, and of course my fellow Mounties. I'm somewhat disturbed by what I'm seeing and hearing regarding our local politics. And quite truthfully, I'm embarrassed to say that I'm from Montclair at this point. I'm here tonight to speak about the Lackawanna redevelopment plan. While I know it's not on the agenda for tonight, it's conveniently put on for July when most residents are away or on vacation. I felt the need to speak on it tonight. I wanted to mention that our town website reads, "The Township of Montclair is truly unique New Jersey community, nestled at the foot of the first Watchung Mountain. Montclair is most identified by its diverse population, grand old homes, proximity to New York City, and its thriving arts community. The second largest university in the state resides in Montclair, as well as an art museum, live theaters, art galleries, and a wide range of boutiques. Montclair's lively business district are flush with restaurants, movie theaters, shops, and nightlife that attract visitors from all over the region. Now I'm asking the council tonight, are you here for the residents or the visitors? It is my opinion that if Lackawanna is approved, this will be a direct consequence, a swift-moving gentrification process, particularly in the 4th Ward. Not the 1st Ward, not the 2nd Ward, and not the 3rd Ward, the 4th Ward, where I live. Perhaps in July, when it's time for you guys to vote and discuss Lackawanna, you can find new words to put on our township website, because we can definitely remove the word diversity. With that being said, we need to get with these leaf blowers. Let's ban them and get it over with. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chrissy Thomas, 257 North Mountain Ave, 52-year resident. Went to Edgemont, Mount Hebron, Glenfield, MHS class of 87. I have degrees from University of Pennsylvania, Georgetown, UVA. I have a law degree, an MBA, and a master's in public policy. I worked at the White House for 2 presidents. I love this town, and I pay over $65,000 in property taxes. I'm appalled by the actions of this council, the mayor, the clerk, the incompetent township attorney, Paul Burr, whose advice has already gotten this town in a lot of trouble, as stated by Judge Petrillo. I have 4 points to make. The council has 3 direct hires. The clerk, Angelina Snevis, needs to go. You hired her with 0 years of experience. We paid for her training. You gave her an extra stipend for being Stafford secretary, and she doesn't do her job. She didn't do minutes for an entire year after she was hired, which is against the law. It's Matawan 212, New Jersey Super 328, Law Division 1986. It's a fireable offense. She violates Oprah left and right, and you can never get her on the phone. You need to stop this now. It's an emergency. I don't think you even realize that if you reappoint her, that she gets automatic tenure because she's been there 3 years. Did you know that? Why are you spending $50,000 on hiring a management personnel consultant, government strategy group? What has Brian Scalberry done? He's made most of the problems that Stafford caused go away. The deck, the bridge, the endlessly unfulfilled vacancies. He hired a new HR director, Miss Dawkins. Why do we need GSCG to help with personnel? You're spending our money, so I want to know the specifics. That $50,000 you're trying to spend to duplicate Miss Dawkins' job could be saving 1 teacher. Why are you spending $17,500 on the law firm Decotiis Fitzpatrick? Is it because Arlene Perez is the Hunterdon County Democratic Chair? Is there any connection between Jamie Plassick and David Plassick? More important, why do you need more special counsel?
Thank you.
I have someone else to finish because you arbitrarily and capriciously changed the time. There you.
Erin Walter, 38 Cambridge Road. Why do you need more special counsel? You have 2 in-house attorneys. I get it, and I agree with the person I'm speaking for, that they are subpar based on my experience with what's been happening. But if you're going to be hiring outside lawyers, why are our taxes paying the salaries of Mr. Burr and Ms. DeVito? Why is Montclair paying for all these lawyers while we're letting go of teachers? This is a travesty. Lastly, why didn't Mr. Spiller invite the CFO to the meeting with the schools concerning finances? Mr. Spiller keeps retaliating against her and Mr. Scantlebury and frankly Dr. Pons. Please stop putting the town at risk and start doing your job. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Bob Russo and Mr. Scantlebury and Ms. Rao for doing the best you can while many people around you refuse to do the right thing here. I think I have nothing prepared, but I do feel that there is an enormous amount of waste in the town budget, and that there could be a lot of what Peter Iacobellis said about finding efficiencies and these things. I've been here 13 years, and the town has been run very inefficiently, and our schools are in crisis, and I'm looking around now finally at all these other towns who have found solutions, and I'm wondering why this town, and one of the main reasons I moved here was the schools, cannot get its act together year after year after year. And I sat back there and I listened to this civility, and I was told that this was very typical, like there's the back and forth. I just think civility and efficiency is where we need to go.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I can for a minute.
Sure.
Yes.
Again, thank you.
I would just like to ask, these employees report to us. We are accountable. If you have an issue with them, please let us know about it. I think it's really disgraceful to call out and question the integrity of our attorney and our clerk.
Again, if you have something to say, you can come to the microphone and you'll have your time. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Deirdre Birmingham.
Sorry, Deirdre,
Fairfax.
I wasn't done yet before. Sorry. Thank you. I don't need your permission. I don't even know who's speaking. Anyway, I'm taking a minute to stick up for people that I think have a lot of integrity in our clerk and in our attorney. I think you're doing a good enough job on your own. I think the behavior in this room is disgusting, frankly.
Whoa.
Thank you.
Whoa.
Okay.
I just,
We will
Sean,
listen.
hold on.
Yeah.
I can't let this go. So listen. We are up here, and we have to take everything that you all say. It comes with the territory. How you all choose to behave and how you all want to do, you have the right to do it. You came here to do it. I will say, it is difficult for counselors to respond when you all make comments and start a back and forth. I'm here to listen to you. We all should be here to listen to you. And if you do want to heckle and all those things, hey, that's part of this. But I'm not going to say or characterize anyone in a disparaging way. And I don't think we should, because we ran, we got elected, and the good comes with the bad. And we just have to deal with it, because we are responsible and we need to be accountable for the things that's why this room is the way it is. Although I don't agree with some of the things which I've said, but I do, and I will always stand on the fact that we signed up for this. And everyone on this dais with me, no matter what we think, we did. And so I'm not telling you how to feel, because you have the right to feel the way you feel. But at this point, I'm just getting sick and tired of getting sick and tired of us. I didn't say you didn't have to. I'm not talking to you all. I'm talking about this council. We're here because, exactly. And so you haven't heard me say anything until the comment was made that despicable in here. And that's not the way this is. It's animus, and because of where we are, we need to deal with it, and we need to accept it. That's all I'm going to say.
Pastor Michael Spivey, Citadel of Hope Worship Center. I want to say two things. There's a quote in the movie Remember the Titans, Attitude is reflective of leadership. First thing. Want to make one comment about the gas blowers. Get off your duffs, like me and Mr. Scantlebury used to do when we were young. Get a paper bag and a rake and rake the leaves up. That'll solve that issue. Period.
Yeah, but Mike, you had like 9 people helping you.
That's all right. It got done, or you knew what would happen. You understand that. With respect to the development, all development is not created equal. Some development projects will make a community a better place to live, a better place to work, a better place to visit. Other projects will not. The biggest impediment, to better development in many communities is the fear of saying no to anything. Communities that will not say no to bad development will get the worst of everything. The proof is everywhere around us. Communities that set low standards or no standards will compete to the bottom. But on the other hand, a community like Montclair should be will set high standards that will set standards from the top to the bottom. Because they know that if they say no to bad development, they will always get better development in its place. Too many elected officials have an it'll-do attitude.
Thank you for your time.
This is from the faith community.
Okay.
Now, I'll say one last thing then.
Thank you.
If you don't do your jobs like the community wants you to do, we will find someone, even me, to run for your office.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Deirdre Birmingham, Vera Place. Thank you for your time tonight. I know this is really not easy. This town is a special place. It is filled with decent people who help and celebrate one another. Pride Fest, Jazz Fest, AAPI events. When we come together, it's pretty magical. And I love living here and raising my children here, and I think many people in this room feel the same way. That's why we come to town council meetings, because we care about this town and its promise. And when things aren't right, it's important to let our leaders know. We are letting you know it is not right. The truth is our schools are in crisis right now after years of starving them. People move here for the schools. Full stop. Number one. That's it. Not a fire department, not a police department. People move for the schools. So the fate of our town is tied to the fate of our schools. You just heard that woman. She's moving. It's tragic. Years of underfunding have left us with crumbling buildings and annual teacher cuts where we lose tremendous talent and put teachers and the students and families that love them through a lot of pain. So as you consider tonight's agenda, I have a few specific asks. Can we delay hiring a search firm for town manager right now and shift that money to the schools? We've hired a great HR person and have some good candidates right here in town. Can we try this first? Can we discontinue using Culturupt and save the 500+ hourly fees for the schools? I don't think the need is as pressing now since Tim Stafford is gone and we have a new HR director. Can we commit to not hiring additional outside counsel? We spend a tremendous amount on lawyers. Let's hold off on right now and put that money towards the schools. Can we delay hiring three firefighters and buying the $1 million+ radio system until next year? There are over 30 teachers that may lose their jobs. Can we address the huge overtime costs in the fire department? Look, I know this is difficult. I know there are a lot of people involved, but we need a short-term fix right now. This cannot wait. And as town leaders, you can be heroes by finding a creative solution and bringing people together to solve a difficult problem.
Thank you.
Help us rebuild
Thank
our
you.
schools and bring back the unity and kindness that make this town special.
Thank you.
It can start tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was great. Hi, everyone. It says on this sign 3 minutes, so I'm just going to speak for 3 minutes. So it's funny that when the gentleman talked about the schools, Mayor Spiller and Councilor Iacobellis, you were whispering to each other. What happened to civility? What happened? My name is Melanie Tolomeo, and I'm a resident of the 4th Ward. I am speaking on behalf of myself and not any organizations I am affiliated with. Today I'm going to read from a communication sent in council member and mayoral candidate Peter Iacobellis' newsletter from May 26 regarding Lackawanna Plaza. I hope I don't receive a late night Facebook message or a lawsuit against me, but I digress. The newsletter starts by saying that Lackawanna will likely be introduced today, which I guess it isn't anymore, and be voted on a month later. It then reads, I also believe that if this plan doesn't go through, that this property will be sold and we will run the risk of a big company coming in, buying it, and building an as-of-right project without our guidance. This would be a tragedy. How are you sure of this? Did he tell you? If he did, that's an ultimatum. If he didn't, and you're speculating, that's manipulation. One thing I know from working in high-pressure startups and nonprofits is that just because someone is panicking doesn't mean that something's actually urgent. If the plan is not what's best for the community, doesn't matter if BDP sells the property. What exactly is making you so tied to this plan? Next it says, I'm going to ask again for civility. The doom and gloom predictions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What doom and gloom predictions are you talking about? Like the taxes are not going to cover the additional students in the schools? Like that the market rate units will further raise the baseline price in the 4th Ward? Like that the infrastructure in the 4th Ward won't support 300, again, I'm going to talk for 3 minutes. It says,
everybody has gotten 2 minutes.
It says it on the sign, so someone should have printed other signs.
Everybody's getting 2 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you know what a power dynamic is, counselor? This is a David and Goliath situation, but the Goliath is ironically named David.
Thank you.
Oh, it says 3 minutes. So,
please wrap up your comments. Thank you.
The people who want to scale this plan back are not the issue here. Council, I urge you to rethink this voting timeline. Take the time to listen to the residents in your area.
Thank you. There's a lot of people who respected the 2 minutes, and there's a lot of people waiting after you, so thank you for your time. We appreciate that. Thank you.
It says 3 minutes on the
It's
paper.
2 minutes, and everyone has respected it, and we respect their time, and thank you. We thank you. Appreciate it.
Then I
You
think
can come on up and someone else can finish your
a
remarks.
township
Absolutely. But
of-
thank you.
okay.
Thank you.
Do you know what a power dynamic is, Counselor? This is a David and Goliath situation, but the Goliath is ironically named David Plasek. The people who want to scale this plan back are not the issue here. Council, I urge you to rethink this voting timeline. Take the time to listen to the residents of this area. Ask yourself if you would want this in your ward. Ask yourself if you want to put your ethics at stake just because the monopoly man is looking at his watch and impatiently tapping his toe. Guys, I would just ask you all to also just be better. Be better. Do your job. Listen to the people that are here. Listen to the kids that are here at 8:47 on a school night, fighting for their teachers, fighting for their school, fighting for their community, fighting for the 4th Ward. Show up. Do what you came to do. Do what we elected you to do.
Can you tell us your name? Can you tell us your name, please?
Matilda Carvajal.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Yana Robbins. I don't even know which issue to tackle tonight. Most of all, I wish I didn't have to be here week after week speaking up for very basic rights as a resident and a parent. I can talk about gas leaf blowing, although it seems to have we have approached this topic from every single angle since February. And some of my peers have been talking about this for years. We are so close to making history in this town. Why are we suddenly seeing a delay? Get off your phone, please. Pay attention to me. Get off your phone. Can you tap your colleague? Why do we have to endure another season of deafening machines that endanger workers, asthmatics, our town air quality, and environment as a whole? As a parent, I'm here to speak about teachers we're losing. Last night, I was at the Hillside dance performance, and I don't even have kids at Hillside. I wanted to meet the amazing Mr. Puff, the drama teacher who's being removed due to budget cuts. The show was just incredible. Those kids that are here tonight, some of them, were just unbelievable. The theater and dance is such a big part of what makes this town special and really what makes our life joyous. It breaks my heart that the next year at Hillside is losing the heart of what makes it special, losing both drama and dance teacher. This is really catastrophic. If you don't listen to grown-ups, at least please listen to our kids who will grow up in a burning planet with no music.
Hello, Judith Antleman at 180 Walnut Street. I was going to start with thanking Councilor Russo for advocating for a complete ban of gas leaf blowers starting now, for fighting for the 40,000 plus residents in this town and for being the voice of reason and sanity. So if you hear me, Councilor Russo, thank you. So exactly a week ago today, we all looked out the window and watched the sky turn. So we watched the sky turn from blue to yellow to ochre, mustard, green, gray, ash, smoke. I think we need a new lexicon to describe the sky that we saw. And yet, I was holed up in my apartment for 3 days. I heard a gas leaf blower. I didn't know where it was. I know the sound of a leaf blower, and I don't understand the addiction to these machines. So I'm following California wildfires all these years from Santa Barbara County Air Pollution Control District about wildfires. Leaf blowers should not be used while there are large amounts of ash in the environment, such as during or immediately after a wildfire. During situations like those, the leaf blowers can force ash particles that have settled on the ground back into the air. That causes the ash particles to break down into smaller, more harmful particles that can affect lung and heart health. And ash can contain metals and chemicals. Yet, in the middle of a firestorm, smoke storm, residents are still using gas leaf blowers. I don't understand. I have a question for Councilor Jacobellis. You were on our side, you were part of Quiet Montclair, that we had the partial ban, and you keep delaying. And now I read it's about the snow removal. Our planet is burning. There is no snow. My grandmother, into her 90s, she had a broom and she swept snow.
Thank you.
That's
Thank you
not-
for your time. Thank you.
But I just want to really emphasize this, snow isn't an issue. And I read that you were the
Thank you.
superstar of the
Thank
Superstand
you.
Command Center in New York. If you can do that, you could certainly find a way to remove snow.
Thank you. That's your
Montclair
time.
is
Thank you.
broken,
Thank
no competence, no compassion.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir. Please allow a gentleman who's been waiting a long time to speak. Like all of you had the opportunity. Please, thank you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Darden. I own a small business, Montclair Wine Cellar in town. I've been closed, thank you. I've been closed since April 23rd, for 8 weeks now. I received a phone call April 23rd that my taxes were unpaid, which didn't make sense to me. Division of Taxation contacted the township and said I have a clearance since November 3rd. Now, in 8 weeks' time, I've contacted everyone in the township. I've sent numerous emails. Not once has the town clerk contacted me. In 8 weeks, I've lost hundreds of thousands of dollars in business. I've been here 12 years. It's so not fair to me. It's a simple resolution that could have taken place. Division of Taxation uploads a document into a portal. ABC sees it, the township clerk sees it. Now it's June 13th, still no resolution. Thank you.
My name is Beth Fleischer, Beth Kleinman Fleischer, and I live in Montclair. And I hope someone will speak to the previous person who just spoke before me, because that sounds really awful, and I hope someone does reach out to him. I don't have a speech prepared. It was kind of impromptu to come up here. My children are at the high school in Glenfield, and my son had the amazing Mr. Poff. I'm also an educator and a member of the N.J.S.A. I'm not going to speak a lot, but I do have a question. I've been doing a lot of reading on everything that's going on, and the one thing that I'm just going to ask the council members, because I don't feel like I've gotten a satisfactory answer, is I keep hearing that it's the schools that have to provide the funding. We can't take it from pilot, or the taxes are going to have to go up. But why is it that money is given to and I love the firefighters. Don't get me wrong. I love firefighters. They are heroes. But I don't understand why accountability isn't placed upon them and the police force, why data isn't asked for, why. And I don't feel like I've gotten an answer to that question. We keep getting told the school district, it's not us, it's the school district, but people who are using the pilots are going to be going to the school district, and we would get their money otherwise. Why is it that data isn't being asked for from police and fire, who get the largest share of the tax funds, and yet we are not getting it because apparently we don't have enough money? So I just have that question because I don't feel like it's been answered, and I'm genuinely wondering. I'm not accusing, I'm wondering, and it hasn't been answered. That's all I have to say.
Mayor, are you going to address
Just the first one first.
Beth.
First, I'll say this, Madam Clerk, I know oftentimes you're very mindful of the sensitive information, but there was a question from the previous gentleman about that business. Would you care to go into some of the explanation around that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The first resolution listed on the agenda, Resolution R-23-138, is to renew the liquor license for the gentleman who spoke. He identified as Darden. I'm sorry, I don't remember the last name. Mr. Darden had tax clearance on the 16th of May in the afternoon. This is the first council meeting since. That's why the first resolution tonight listed is to renew his liquor license.
So previously, the state had not cleared it, and therefore...
No, they had not.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Violet Folkenflick, and I'm a 5th grader at Hillside. I've been in the drama program, and I've been in the dance program, and honestly, I think it's ridiculous that my teachers are being taken away. Last year, you guys threatened to take away both the art teacher and the drums teacher, which is such a huge part of Hillside. Now, the sign I'm holding up says, our teachers are not tools, because they're not people to just be used and taking their jobs away. And I think it's ridiculous that each year, kids from almost every school come and speak for their teachers. So please, find some other way, because teachers are not the solution. Teachers are what make the new generation. So thank you for your time.
Tough act to follow. Good evening, council and fellow residents. I'm here tonight to express my concern at Ordinance 23-16, the small wireless in public rights-of-way. I'm sure you're aware of. I don't have a long speech. I would just say that I have a lot of concerns over this, and I'm also aware, legally, ridiculously as it might sound, there's only certain things I can say on the subject. That's just the way the law is written regarding this, but I have huge concerns about the rollout of this program throughout our town, and I just urge you to take the same approach as other municipalities, including New York City. Huge fight going on there right now to prevent the rollout of this small wireless technology known as 5G. I can't go into the specific concerns for legal reasons, but there are many concerns that I have, and I speak not only on behalf of myself, but many friends, co-workers, acquaintances throughout town. And all I ask tonight, to keep it brief, is that you just adjourn or postpone any decision on this without further legal advice, and to enable us to gather some time to come up with a detailed presentation, because this was kind of hurried upon me this week. I only realized a few days ago that this was on the agenda tonight. So I just ask if you could kindly postpone this.
We have gotten a lot of information from a lot of different sources. We've got outside counsel who are experts in this area who've been talking to us about it. We're going to be tabling it for tonight because we are working with them to try and put forward as tight an ordinance as possible. We do know that without something in place, as you know, we're just careful what we can say, what we can't say, just as you. But we brought in some experts who've been able to craft language in as appropriate, I'll use my words carefully too, as you know, with the legal pieces there around what you can do around the 5G, but as appropriately as possible. So we're continuing those conversations. We have additional meetings coming up this week, but we are tabling that to go ahead those conversations.
Please take bold leadership on this, and the long-term repercussions of this could be incredibly detrimental to everybody in town. So please think carefully on it, and when it comes around next, and thank you for postponing it. Okay.
Thank you. Mayor, if I could just add, sir, to you and other people who are advocating for this too, right now in Trenton, they're considering a bill that would essentially take away our power to regulate it, the industry. So I would ask you and others to advocate to your state reps that they don't do that. Exactly. We want to have local control over 5G.
Do whatever we can to fight it, right?
Well, as the councilman notes, though, they've already limited what we can do, and now they're trying to eliminate more. So just that's the voice you have to.
For now, then that's
We will, but I'm saying in the time frame where we evolve this ordinance even further, I would use the time to advocate to our state officials that they don't take away our power to regulate 5G locally. That's all. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was going to comment when you were talking about this particular ordinance, but I have some questions that I thought, I don't know why people can't, it seems like there's secrecy around this, why you can't talk about what the issues are. But I have some questions. I'm going to read them into the record. So the questions are we only anticipating one company installing small wireless facilities in town, or could there be multiple companies? This ordinance deals with towns' properties. Could such facilities be installed on private property, and what rules would apply to private properties? What review process would such private properties be subject to? The sixth whereas paragraph states that, quote, the erection of new poles and ground-level cabinets in public right-of-way has significant safety concerns, yet none of those safety concerns are addressed in the ordinance. What are these safety concerns, and how have these been addressed? If you're going to have an ordinance, you need to address the safety concerns. By definition, a, quote, small wireless facility, the maximum height is 50 feet or 5 stories. That really raises an alarm with me, having 5-story towers. Under section 290-2, I would recommend 2 changes. Add a requirement for an umbrella policy with minimum limits of $3 million. $2 million limits for general liability insurance is too low when you consider the risks that these have, like large poles, towers, and public right-of-way. Add a requirement for a performance bond to ensure that the cost for removal of any abandoned equipment is covered by third-party insurance. The public needs to have visuals of what a pole, decorative pole, looks like, what a small wireless facility is, what a support structure is, what a pole-mounted cabinet is. What do they look like? We have no idea. Page 7 of 15, there needs to be a definition of a pole-mounted cabinet. That's mentioned, but there's no definition in there. The size of this exceeds 16 cubic feet, cannot exceed 16 cubic feet. That's the size of a refrigerator. Section 22.
Thank you.
I can't finish. There's 4 more points about this.
Well, everyone has got the 2
All right, well,
minutes,
my
so we can
last
get-
point is this. I want to know, where is this going to be? We see things that are put in the 4th Ward, halfway houses, group homes, cannabis businesses, overdevelopment,
Thank you for your
housing.
time.
We need to spread this around the town, and we need to know where it's going to go, and is it going to be looked at by any of the land use boards before it's approved?
Thank you.
Anyway.
Councilman Yacovellis?
Just real quick, Carmel, Answer to multiple companies, it's all of them are permitted. No on private property, so therefore the second question on private is no. The height is capped in the ordinance. The way it works is, and the way the ordinance, and we're still working on it, but the way it essentially works is one company, one piece of equipment per tower. And I think it's just important to note that we're on the verge of having no say at all, where the companies can just come into Montclair and put them wherever they want. And what we're trying to do now is put ourselves in front of that. And so we are going to pause, and we are going to work on the language a little bit more. We're going to take into account what our health officers had to say in the research and clarify that language a little bit. But there is urgency here, because if we don't have something in place, Verizon, T-Mobile, AT&T can just show up and start putting poles and equipment in the public right-of-way without our say or approval. Thanks.
Peter, one question. When you say not on private property, does that include the Devil Strip as well? The Devil Strip, that's a piece of property
Between the sidewalk and the street,
sidewalk. Does it include
that's
that as
considered
well?
public right-of-way.
So it doesn't. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Rhea Tompkins. I live at 50 Greenwood Avenue. I've been up here many times.
I apologize, because I couldn't hear your name.
Rhea Tompkins.
Thank you, Rhea.
Okay, I'm not here to talk about 50 Greenwood Avenue this time, but what I am asking, if possible, if research can be done on the street of Greenwood from Glen Ridge to at least Claremont regarding speed bumps, because people speed up and down that street. I look out my window and I think I'm at Indy 500, and it's ridiculous. And with all of this extra traffic, along with, I don't know if that's a little club next to the post office, they have gatherings there. They come out of there, they're drunk. Also, when they have things on Bloomfield Avenue, a lot of people park on my street, all right? They speed. There's a lot of children, not only in my building, but on Greenwood Avenue. Someone is going to get hurt. Someone is going to get hit by a car. Something needs to be done. I think I asked Mr. Yacovelis a couple of years ago regarding this. I forgot all about it, but now that it's getting warm again, we're starting to see it speeding up and down. Also, one more thing, that street that's one way, right from Glen Ridge, across from Greenwood Avenue. It's a one-way. You come off of Lackawanna, you come one way to get to Glen Ridge or go across. People are going in the wrong way. I don't know if y'all realize that. And I've seen three to five people almost have head-on collisions because they're coming in from Glen Ridge instead of going around. Something needs to be done, research needs to be done with that. If not, you're gonna have a lot of dead bodies on Greenwood and Glen Ridge Avenue. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you, and certainly, Mr. Scantlebury, I know you could look at the, especially around the speed bumps piece with the police. I know they observe speed and check all those pieces with that, and certainly how we help manage the traffic flow there in that area. Obviously, we know it's not permitted, so when people are doing it, you know, what are the options? Have a look at that. Thank you.
I'm a fifth grader in Hillside Elementary, and I wanted to say that last year, Ms. Segazarian and Mr. Galinsky, two amazing teachers in Hillside Elementary, were going to get laid off, and Ms. Segazarian sadly was laid off. And I wanted to say that those are two teachers that in the general area like they work in are they're important to Hillside, because Hillside is also Mr. Poff this year that's people are trying to lay off. Acting and arts are very, it's what makes Hillside very, very special. And I think that they shouldn't lay off those teachers. And I think that's it.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm a student at Glenfield Middle School, and I have learned more in math and social studies especially this year with the help of Miss Meyer and Mr. Bursa than I have at any other year. And The fact that while I'm looking at this line, I see students, I see parents fighting for the right for them to be able to fight is for their own education is insane to me. And I know you don't want to admit it, but you know it too. And I feel like it's kind of time to fess up about it, especially for the fact that this has been happening for years. And you have still not come up with a solution. And we're kind of waiting here for it because I want to hear it. I know most of the people in this room want to hear it. And I know that I see people from Glenfield, I see people from Hillside, and I see people from N.J.S.A. I don't see one person from Bradford. I don't see one person from Buzz Aldrin. And I'm kind of, when I talk to people from there, they don't face these issues. It's only kids from my school, and I want to wonder why. And I especially thought that our mayor, as a teacher, would know this, but I guess not.
My name's Austin Young. I live on Chester Road. Whole generations of humans were poisoned by lead, made less intelligent than they would have been, more predisposed to criminality than they would have been, more predisposed to poverty than they would have been. How did this happen? How did it take us so long to realize the threat? Well, it didn't take us so long. It was established in 1887, the evidence that lead posed a major threat to child neurodevelopment. But lead was cheap, and lead paint lasted a bit longer on surfaces. In 1951, the Baltimore City Council is presented the case that it is morally unacceptable to allow the use of lead paint in residences. They presented the clear, definitive, clinical scientific evidence that it poses a major threat to public health, to child development. And what does the council say? They say, yes, we'll ban the use of lead paint in residences. They did the right thing, and they figured it out, logistically and economically. How long did the vast majority of the rest of the nation have to wait to be protected? 27 years, due to excuses, delays, and dismissals. We've come to you, and we've presented the case that it is morally unacceptable to allow the use of gas leaf blowers in this town. We presented the clear, definitive, clinical scientific evidence that it poses a major threat to public health, to child development, and to the ecology of our environment. And what have you said? You've said no, not now, referencing marginal economic and logistical considerations. How do you see yourself? Do you see yourself as a counselor in 1951 who would have said yes? Or do you see yourself as a counselor in 1951 who would have said no, not now? Your actions, your current actions, will give us an answer to that question. Thank you.
Mayor.
Councilwoman Price Abrams?
Hi, is it Mr. Young? I didn't, sir? Yeah. So, I know there's other speakers about to come up and speak about this. My point, when I've said in its time, it is not tonight because we haven't really massaged with everything going on, and we've in this room alone, we understand a lot of pressing issues. But the moment we're in, gas-powered leaf blowers are not permitted, which is why there's less urgency if we can get it done before October, before the October start period. I don't know if we will have 4 votes, but we are talking about it. We're working it among ourselves, trying to refine language, trying to consider provisions from other towns. And Jessica, this is what I was trying to say to you earlier. And we can disagree, but at this moment, they are not permitted to be used. I wouldn't say someone's not improperly using them, and we should call code enforcement, and we should, if we can, catch them in the act. It's frustrating, but it is not we are not permitting them to be used at this time, which is why, excuse me?
You do in the town for the township property and the town workers, you do.
Well,
Why are you following your own law?
that currently the law is the way it is, and
No, it's not in the law that the town is exempt. Why aren't you?
well, if it's not explicitly said that they may not, then I guess it is. But the point is, we're trying to fix that, and we didn't have it done for tonight. And so it's my commitment that I will be willing to come forward with something next month with the others who are willing to do it, and we'll see if we can actually.
You told us that last month.
I said what I said 2 months ago, and I just want to be clear with everybody on the record in this room and who's listening, is that it's a false deadline to say it had to be done in May or it had to be done in June. What the goal is that it's done before October. So I think fine, a pressure campaign, it's appropriate, we're talking about something very serious, but I want to be clear what I said and what I'm committed to trying to do. So that's what I just want to say. Thank you.
I'll respond by saying I disagree.
Thank you.
I'm not talking about seasons. I'm talking about they're not permitted now, and that we're talking about before the next season of their permitted use. That's it. Okay, you can disagree.
Please.
So I guess I'll start. Hi, I'm Lisa Seagartel. I live on Essex Avenue, and I'm actually going to talk about gas leaf blowers. I'm sure you all realize that. Urgency to me is of utmost importance. I was also outside last week for as briefly as I had to be, and saw somebody using one on a parking lot, while the air quality index at that point was about 175. It had gone down from the 360 something it had been the day before. Those record high levels are due to climate change, and the frequency and magnitude of the Canadian wildfires is directly due to climate change caused by human activity. I've heard people say that air quality is this bad in many parts of the world. That does not make it okay here, and I could go into the science of why that argument does not make sense, but in less than 2 minutes, I will try to just get it all in. We're all responsible, and we are responsible for doing everything we can to remedy this. Our town has a ton of problems, and I'm tempted to talk about Lackawanna because I don't understand the town council's component of that, or piece on that. I am tempted to beg for pilots, which I desperately want because my children I have a kid at Glenfield, a kid at the high school. But in the hierarchy of needs, I'm going to focus my plea on what we can quickly and easily achieve, not next month, now, and that the actions this town council must make to remedy our various problems should not be mutually exclusive. It should not be just one or the other. You must immediately end the use of gas-powered leaf blowers in Montclair. I've spoken to several Maplewood residents, one who told me this morning, who is a very wise physician, Maplewood is completely transformed. They all love it. The ones who use snow removal have all confirmed that their snow removal companies are ready to go, although I doubt we will need much snow removal with climate change. Those needs are shifting as well. If you want fewer days with orange skies and kids masked in classroom because of pollution, do the right thing. How can you sleep at night knowing that you are the roadblock to the simple and obvious action? Thank you.
Before my time starts, since it's been shortened, can I ask a quick question of a couple of you?
It will be on your time, and that's now.
But
go on.
you said something and you didn't respond to an email the last time, and I just want it clarified for the record.
You can speak. You have 2 minutes.
I'd like you to acknowledge a mistake you made in something you said last time. Can you not start it with my time? No?
Please, you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Great. I'm here tonight to talk about failure. Actually, before I start, I want to check one thing. Lori, I really appreciate that you seem very committed to October. I've sent you so many emails about why it's important to pass it sooner, so we have time to get so many people ready, on board, educated. Landscapers are interested in workshops. Peter, as of today, I understand you are still saying you can't do it until January. Is that still accurate?
Yes.
Why is that? Oh, actually, no, not through, not if it's
I was
my
going to say,
time.
do you want to use your time for me?
You can answer after. So I guess in the end, this is directed towards Peter Iacobellis, who is running for mayor of our town, and that terrifies me, that somebody who is certified from an Earth Institute and is on a podcast about sustainability, talking about the need for us to address climate change through policy, is the one holdout right now who admits that he sees a way that it's okay for us to keep a dangerous machine here for another season. So I'm here tonight to talk about failure. The fact that I'm here and nothing's changed since the first time I spoke on February 7th is a sign of failure. Is it mine? Is it all the other many people who've come before you with information, endless hours of work, communication about health and environmental impacts, about the gas leaf blower? Did we fail to convey the successes of all the towns and cities that have done this ahead of us? And the answer is no, which means the failure is yours. The failure to change, the failure to act, the failure to lead, the failure to keep us safe, but worst of all, the failure to want to. So in my last seconds, I guess I don't have it. Pass this legislation to take effect before October. Take care of your people, protect workers, protect this fragile planet and everything that lives and grows here that requires and deserves healthy land and clean air.
Hi, my name is Eileen Birmingham. I'm going to just say something I wasn't planning to say, but my father just got hearing aids for occupational related hearing loss, and hearing the gentleman earlier today thinking about occupational related injury, including hearing loss, that the people who use these very loud leaf blowers are very likely to experience. I think you should commit to the next July meeting, to having something on the agenda, because I think we have enough evidence that this can be done, and I think it needs to be done. But I'm going to just talk a little bit about the budget that you approved this year. You approved a budget that increased compensation for police and fire personnel, fewer than 200 people, by $6 million compared to the 2021 budget 2 years ago. $6 million in 2 years. What is the trajectory here? That $6 million increase for fewer than 200 people is bigger than the increase in the school tax levy over that same time period for our schools. Schools which employ over 1,000 people and educate over 6,000 children. Something is seriously imbalanced in Montclair, and we as a community need to do something to address it. How can you do this? How can you raise the municipal budget by almost 5% while raising the tax levy by only 2%? You can do this because you are using non-levy revenue to cover the difference, and this includes over $5 million in pilot revenue. We have 160 students in our schools who live in pilot properties. It's time to share some of that revenue with our schools. From what I can see, the non-levy revenue, like pilots, has not kept our municipal taxes down. Instead, I would gently suggest that it has kept us from taking a close, hard look at what really does not seem to be a sustainable trajectory for our town.
Thank you for your comments. Thank
Our
you.
schools are our treasure, our children are our treasure, and we need to redirect our spending to reflect this reality.
Hello, everyone. My name is Norma Tassi, and I am your neighbor at 7 Southern Terrace. I'm a lifelong Montclair resident, and I love Montclair all day, every day. And what I have come here to say is that I want to lift up, first and foremost, the young people who have come here in support of their teachers and their counselors and the people that mean the most to them. As you know, because I have come here time and time again, I'm an advocate for the Lackawanna Plaza redevelopment project. I am very frightened of protracted vacancy and shoddy development. And the consequences to Montclair are untenable if we don't take this opportunity to invite thoughtful development into our midst. But what I really, really am concerned about is the voices, the tone in this room. And I know each of you come here to do your best every day. And I want to lift up and I want to say that treating Peter Jacobellis and Paul Burr as if they're war criminals when people come to this podium is disrespectful and un-Montclair. So let's stop doing that. Let's be positive, let's be solution focused, and let's believe that all of the people on this dais are here today, are here tomorrow, and here the next day to do what's right for Montclair, and let's address them as such.
Mayor, I just like to answer Norma because I was accused of bloviating before, and that was an insult. Okay.
By me? Is that what you said? No. Oh, okay.
Ted Gable, Wildwood Avenue, 32 years. First time I'm here. Only one thing, trivial matter. Take down some of the tennis courts, put up some pickleball courts. We got to get that going. Thank you.
You wore the right color. You wore the right color for pickleball,
yes,
right?
Ready to go.
Thank you. Thank you. That's great. Do we have another public comment? Yeah, thank you.
So I don't really have a speech plan. I just want to ask you a few questions. So you kind of seem to be keeping a couple like secrets from the town. Hold on. So I don't exactly know. Like I don't know who my teachers are going to be for next year. And normally, if I was living in a normal town, I would know what teachers I'm having next year. But I don't even know if I'm going to have my same teachers. Like my math teacher, Miss Berna, she's the best math teacher I've honestly ever had, and I don't even know if I'm going to have her next year. I don't know who's going to teach us math. I don't know who's going to teach us social studies or English or science, because for all I know, I could be sitting in a class with another sixth grader from a different house. And I don't necessarily want that. I want it to be the same, and I don't want it to be changed. And yeah. Goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nobody understands.
Hi, I'm Mariana Horta. I live on 80 Gordon Hurst Avenue. Nice to see you again. Sorry to see you every time. I know you're sick of me. I would like to talk to you about legislating, because you're legislators. And so often I see you very preoccupied with implementation, as if each of you were an executive. You're all legislators, right? So if you pass the leaf blower ban next month, and it's not perfect, it's fine, it's not your problem. Mr. Scanterbury is going to have to handle it, and problems will be addressed as they come up. But you can legislate, you can change this. Similarly, you can tell us that you agree in principle that pilots must be shared with schools. Because when you separate a plot of land in Montclair for redevelopment, that plot of land would otherwise be built on. This is not Princeton that has just land and land and land. Every piece of land here will be built, and every house in this town does not stay in the market for a single week. So there is an opportunity cost to redevelopment for the schools. On the other side of the opportunity cost, I understand those things aren't additive because I studied economics and public policy, but they're both important. They're both two costs. One is the opportunity cost. The second is the direct cost. When you take 95% of pilots, once you accepted this new development in, and you send 5% to the county, and you send nothing to the schools, is a choice that you made. And that choice has some repercussions for our schools, because it creates a structural deficit, which is not the only problems our school has. It's not going to solve all their problems if you address this deficit. But this is a problem you created. Not any of you individually, but everyone who has been here for a while approved a pilot for a large residential development, right? And if not you personally, other councils. So this governing body has created this deficit for our schools, which now stands at about 3.2 million. You can, in principle, say, I'll address it because it's fair and it's right, and then we can address the other problems with our district, with our BOE, who's elected now. Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, thank you for the things you do for the teachers of New Jersey. I appreciate you for that. I appreciate that you have muscled an amazing deal of political capital to help them. I appreciate that our teachers have their pensions fully funded, and I appreciate that it comes from the organization that you lead. Thank you for that. You've been good to New Jersey's teachers. Be good to Montclair. Be good to Montclair's kids, too. You're not as good to us as a mayor as you are to New Jersey's teachers, but because you've been so great to New Jersey's teachers, I would like to see you be as good for us, okay?
Thank you, and I'll just note, though, pension system chronically underfunded, unfortunately, so the pensions are woefully underfunded and not funded. So I'll note that. But yeah, thankfully he's finally putting in some dollars. I appreciate that. And certainly, as I've noted at the last council meeting, and I think a number of us up here noted, we are willing and pushing to explore any and all options to help. And I have brought every resource I have to bear to bring any expert I know, any resource at the Department of Education, anybody at the legislative level. We all talked about the 2% and state involvement and state legislators. All of that work I've been pushing, and certainly I think it's pretty evident, actually, including what's been put out. But we will continue, I know, to look for all solutions. But thank you. Please.
Eric D'Amato, 25 Norwood Avenue. And this should be pretty easy compared to what's come before. Two summers ago, there was an effort by local voters to initiate a referendum on having the township move its council elections from May in presidential years to November in years with only state contests on the ballot. The objective was straightforward: to join the 98% of towns in our state that have local elections when people actually vote and aren't focused on national politics. The change has special meaning for Montclair because when you have elections in November, the turnout is not only larger but more inclusive. Now, that effort unfortunately failed for reasons that I won't go into. But it was actually probably a good thing because the proposed referendum back then didn't include a key related improvement, which is having staggered terms for council seats. Now, that just means that not all council members are elected in the same year. It's a system that's used by our BOE and almost every other elected body in the state. Among other things, it gives institutional memory and allows voters the ability to participate more than once every 4 years. So my ask tonight is very simple, is that this council pick up where the 1,000 people who were involved in that effort left off 2 summers ago and work together on an ordinance to put a new referendum on the ballot this November, including staggered terms. Doing so would not indicate an endorsement of the council of this change, and if it passed, it wouldn't affect this council at all. But it would make the civic life of the town a little bit better. So that's it. Thank you. Also, it's my birthday, so you have to do it.
Happy birthday.
Mayor, to answer Eric, I'm sorry if I'm bloviating, but I have history. So in 1997, Councilwoman Jessica Decotiis from the 2nd Ward and I, as 1st Ward councilman, we proposed the staggered terms on behalf of the League of Women Voters. And Carmel Logman, you can look back on that. Renee remembers that. We proposed that it had no support on the council whatsoever, just Jessica and I thinking it would be better that we, as individual ward council people, could be elected separately from the mayor and the at-large. So staggered terms would not only do that, giving us the independence from the at-large, it would give us the history and continuity and stability that we seek with staggered terms. So I totally support that idea. Going a step further, I would support having 9 council people and enlarging the council to like the size of the Supreme Court. It's not packing the council. It would just give us more council people. So maybe we could have more people of color up here. Maybe we could have more people with diversity, more women. There's not enough women up here. But 9 council people, do it in November, staggered terms, and maybe have the mayor and the manager more accountable to the council, who would have to approve everything they do and appointments that they make. Thank you. So I'll help you do that, but I can't do it tonight, obviously.
I agree. Good evening. My name is Lonnie Summer Padilla, and I am a resident of Montclair. I don't know if I will need my 3 minutes, nor do I know if it's actually allowable for you to change the rules at the beginning of the meeting, but I think the public deserves fairness, and it is not fair to change the rules at the last minute just because the rules are inconvenient for you. Which brings me to my first point. It was highly inappropriate and a clear conflict of interest, if I ever saw one, for you to include N.J.S.A officials and their questions in your emails arranging a meeting that was an opportunity to respond to the budget crisis that our district has faced for years now. In doing so, you squandered a political win for yourself, and you increased the chance of our kids losing their beloved teachers, because the longer you take to do the only right thing by sharing the pilot revenue with the districts, as those who were given notice understandably accept positions in other districts. This is an urgent matter, and anything less than immediate action is unacceptable. Mayor Spiller, you must recuse yourself from all discussions and votes regarding the school budget. We are tired of you bending and breaking the rules, leading to lawsuits that we, the taxpayers, have to pay for. There is more than enough litigation against you at this point, and I suppose because you are not footing the bill, because we are, you don't care. Can you confirm for us on the record that going forward you will recuse yourself from any votes or discussions regarding this issue? Or are you going to continue to prioritize the N.J.S.A over Montclair? Now, there are a lot of us who are paying close attention to what you are doing, and for good reason. The more we pay attention, the more we find reason to pay attention, because you have not been doing the jobs you were elected to do in representing the values and priorities of the people of Montclair. There are 6,000 students enrolled in the district. This represents a large portion of your constituents. I doubt any of these families moved here for a fire department or to pay astronomical sums of money towards the legal fees of their representatives.
Thank you for your time.
Just since I have started paying attention, there have been numerous instances in which I have seen you spend our money or give up revenue unnecessarily.
Thank you.
You
Thank
could
you
have
for your
had
time.
Glen Ridge pay their fair share for our fire department. You could have made a decision to base your budget allocation to the fire
we
department
appreciate your
based
time.
on data,
Just like
but you
everyone has
didn't.
had their 2
You
minutes,
could have
we
fired
ask you to hold
Stafford
to your 2 minutes.
justifiably in October,
still
but
have
you opted
individuals
to
who are
pay
waiting for
him
their
a
2 minutes.
six-figure salary, benefits for
ask
6 months, and
that you
cover his
respect the 2
legal
minutes
fees with indemnity
that everyone
insurance
has had
instead. I could go on. Speaking of
Again,
Stafford, the CFO's lawsuit
ask
had
that
a
you
judgment a
respect
few
the
weeks
time
ago in which
everyone
the
was
judge
given.
pondered aloud as to why the Township Council of Montclair has so many secrets you are going out of your way and embarrassing yourselves and us by trying to hide.
Again,
Why is that? What more are you
everyone is held
hiding?
to the 2
And while
minutes.
we're at it, who is directing the law firm in that case? Getting back to the school budget meeting with the district that you ensured didn't happen, why wasn't Rao included in those emails but Beneke was? Why wasn't there an order by the judge why wasn't she included when there was an order by the judge that she be included in matters such as those? I thought you were using all your resources. Whether the meeting happened or not, the solution remains the same, and the time to act is now. We demand it, and that goes for leaf blowers too.
The process only works, right, when all parties respect the times and the rules. That said, I will specifically answer, I will specifically note to your questions, absolutely not in the sense of I will bring everything to bear. I have heard students come forward and others saying they want to save their teachers, save people in the schools. Absolutely, I will be working to do that with every resource I have available. That includes bringing in experts who do this in districts all over the state. That includes reaching out to commissioners. That includes reaching out to others. So I will absolutely reach out. Unless somebody feels it is a conflict that educators want to be fired, I will absolutely be working to make sure that they're not with every resource that I have. And I believe there is no conflict between parents, teachers, and the community in trying to make sure we save our students, teachers. But thank you. Yes.
Good evening. My name is June Regner. I live on North Mountain Avenue. Fewer minutes show us you're really not interested in democracy. It is disrespectful and it is uncivil. Wasting money on secrecy motions at trials caused by the Finance Committee's bad actions, that's anti-democratic too. Never having minutes of your meetings and not voting on it, that's anti-democratic. You guys, you spend so much time making speeches, hundreds of thousands of dollars on postcards, trying to convince us that you're so democratic, but your actions show us you're not. Using a financial consultant who has no experience in school budgets, who has not been hired to do school budget work, that's anti-democratic. It's beyond his scope of what he's supposed to be doing, and it's beyond the scope of what you guys are supposed to be having him do. Spending $560 an hour for a political crony to send questionnaires while you guys continue to discriminate against black firefighters while supporting nepotism, that is anti-democratic. I would like to thank Paul Burr for not signing off on your timesheets that were fraudulent when you were stealing health care benefits and the waiver payments. Thank you.
I just have to answer a second because I have to make it clear I never had health benefits.
I left that apple there for Mr. Spiller, who conveniently walked out. But my friend Jenna back there furiously made that apple during this meeting. So I'm Obi Miranda Woodley. I live on Nassau Road. We asked Mr. Spiller, he's not here, so I won't direct to him, and the rest of the council to find a way to direct funds to the school district. We didn't ask him to switch caps and act on behalf of the N.J.S.A. and interrogate the district. At this point, it is clear that he is not acting in the best interest of the residents. So I'm asking him to recuse himself from any meetings or communication with the district and/or the BOE. I'm shocked that this council is questioning the district's budget, which is audited annually by a third party. It's quite ironic that you are questioning the district when you are mismanaging our tax dollars in so many different ways. The fire service agreement with Glenridge, the many outside counsel contracts, Tim Stafford's salary and benefits for 6 months, the overblown safety budget, just to mention a few. So please, do the right thing and direct funds to our schools so that the teachers that we love and support can remain in the schools and work with our children. Thank you.
Shirley Grill, Prescott Avenue, Montclair. I was very confused when I came to the meeting today because I came because I wanted to talk about affordable housing. And all of a sudden, I thought I was back on the school board. I was on the board for 6 years, from 2004 to 2010, and I thought, we're having the same conversations. So people didn't say this to me when I was on the Board of Ed too much. I want to say thank you to each of you, because this is very hard, and this is not the way work gets done. To the mayor, I want to say that I think it's become a terrible thing when teachers' unions are seen as the enemy, because if we love our teachers, we love their unions.
Thank you.
We have been there, seen this. We've seen teachers come and go, beloved teachers, and then others come. And the one thing that we keep needing here, our schools will stay strong. I'm sure of that. It's all right. I may be wrong, but I don't think so. We need to have housing. We need to have places for families to live. And we need to have places for children to be safe so they can go to our schools. So I ask, as we work through leaf blowers, which I think is very important, as we work through mini electronics, which I'm sure is important, that we also make sure we have homes for people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Adriana O'Toole, 48 South Willow. I'm not going to talk about anything of this at all, except one. But I do want to bring up the question about the Mills building. What is happening with that empty, deteriorating building? It cannot be used, cannot be sold. It's got a beautiful garden. You have plans in the planning office, so please figure something out about that. And I really wasn't going to come. I was going to watch this Channel 34, which is pretty good. But I see there's some renovations with the library, and I've spoken to many of you before. There are no flags in front of the public libraries in this town. Most public buildings are supposed to have flags. When I wrote a letter to the previous director, he said when it was built, it wasn't in the plans. And when it was renovated, it wasn't in the plans. I hope you can get flags in the plans with the library renovations that you have in resolution R-23-151. And then I see there's a property across the street from where I live that the town is going to buy. And what is that purpose? 34 Union? And how much is that? I'd like to know what the properties around me are. What's that for? I'm sorry?
It's for affordable housing, but go on.
A residence for homeless. And what are you paying for it? What are we paying for it? How much?
Wait.
You're talking about 34 Union?
1 million.
Which one?
34 Union.
Which one are you talking about?
999000.
Out of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, that's specially dedicated funding. So it is that much money, but it is coming
Right.
out of a special fund.
Well, obviously it's going to raise the price of my house too. That's all I wanted to know.
She's a realtor.
And I noticed Seymour Street is now called Wellmont Plaza. When did that happen?
Isn't it Seymour Street up to the point where it's...
I don't know. So thank you for your time. Also, your signs say 3 minutes. 3 minutes, 3 minutes. You really cannot change that like that.
Can we clarify, Ms. O'Toole, I just wanted to clarify, if I may, with the flags, Brian, are you clear are you talking about, Adriana O'Toole, Ms. O'Toole? You're talking about flags that call out that it's the library, you're talking about American flags?
American flag.
American flag should be posted. So Brian, maybe you could look into making that happen.
She's complained about that for 16 years to me.
How hard is it?
I'll look into that.
Thank you.
No, couldn't get it.
Hi, Michael Polo, resident occupant, owner, 47 Pleasant Avenue in the South End, and I'm here to respectfully ask for a prohibition on gas-powered leaf blowers that is going to take effect before the fall season. You've heard all the good reasons for it. I'm going to give you some selfish ones. On Pleasant Avenue where I live, I'm directly opposite the 8 homeowners on Lewis Court, over the Rainbow Nursery to the other side, and a homeowner to the south who employ landscapers to manicure their lawn. These are big yards, multiple landscapers. On the Orange Avenue side, I've got the South End Gardens, Willowmere Gardens, and 2 instances of congregate housing. Once again, all big yards, all multiple landscapers. It means that the fall season is just an awful place to be with all of this noise. These landscapers show up any day of the week, any time of the day, and if there's wet weather or a holiday, they can be there, multiples of them on the same day. On that note, I took the liberty of emailing you a New York Times article on the detrimental effects of noise pollution, of excessive noise, I think you should all take a look at it. I rake my yard. I've got a big backyard of about 100 by 40 and a smaller front yard. I use a rake. I'm not telling anybody how they should maintain their yards, and I don't think anybody should tell me how to do it. But I think we need to get rid of this tool that's so excessively loud and obnoxious and rude and unhealthy. So in sum, I ask respectfully that we make this ban effective as soon as possible, and certainly before the fall season. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Karen Gale. I have a daughter at Glenfield. I have a daughter at Hillside. I will try and do my 2 minutes. I will keep it quick. It's a long night. I'm sure you've heard all the things that are happening, so I keep it very simple. My mother was a single Jamaican woman. She raised me on her own. She did not finish high school, and she was able to put me through college without a single student loan. She purchased her own home with cash, no mortgage, and she made that with a very minimal salary on her own. She figured out where she could cut and where she could save. She figured out different areas that she could put things together, and she made it work. It's really, I know it sounds complicated, it's not that deep. But there is no country, town, city, or place anywhere around that we know that our children are the most valuable asset. I know we're all going to go home and we're going to say, let's look at this and let's look at that, and maybe we need to do this and then do that. It is the children. It is the children, and it will always be the children. I cannot even imagine. I'm an educator myself, Mr. Spiller. I am an educator. And every time a student comes to me with a problem, it breaks my heart. And I can't imagine sitting here listening to children in this town telling you day after day that their hearts are broken because their teachers are not coming back. That should be something that we're gonna figure out right away. Not tomorrow, not July, not in October. Figure it out, cut the plan, and make it work. And I guarantee you, I am not accusing, but I guarantee you, anyone up here who can figure that out will walk away a hero with a cape on their back. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Pat Lytle. I live on Union Street next to number 34. I've lived there for decades, and 34 Union Street has always been a very stable property. The people there, they've been good neighbors. Many of the people who live at 34 Union Street have also been there for decades. However, I now understand that the town would like to purchase the property and operate it as temporary housing for the unhoused. So that obviously is a major change in the property and in the neighborhood. Now, on my stretch of Union Street between Fullerton and Gates, there are probably more than 70 families living there because there are apartment buildings, there are condos, and there are some single-family homes. I would ask you to at least reach out to the more than 70 families who live there. I don't know how many people that means, but it's a lot. And at least discuss what your plans are and listen to the residents and see what their concerns are. And by the way, that would include my neighbors who have lived at 34 for decades, who will now apparently be part of a temporary housing facility. As I said, it completely changes the nature of the property and the neighborhood, and I'm concerned. I'm going to lose sleep about it, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anna. I'm 59 Elston Road. I came here today. I was not going to say anything
But I'm very moved by being here again and listening to the people say to you the same things over and over again. It's very strange to live in a time where we have to be here standing, asking for things that we thought should be basic for our children, like clean air, safe, emotional environment, by knowing who my teacher is going to be if I'm going to have a teacher, and feels so silly to me that I am in a council meeting talking about like hiring or not hiring teachers. Like, should I be at the BOE talking about it? No, here, because that is a link between the decisions you make, you know better than me, and what it's possible to do for the schools with the teachers. I'm coming from Hillside in a big event for Drums of Thunder, and it's unbelievable what the Drums of Thunder teacher, the music teacher there can do, and so many other teachers. And I keep hearing that, oh, teachers will be hired back. I'm looking at that clock. And this will, like, some money will appear. But the anxiety that this system is causing, and the fact that these teachers are linked to the programs and doesn't matter if they go, the programs go. So you have so much power. Please use it wisely, and don't make us, it's Tuesday evening, and I'm here instead of being home. I'm here asking for the basic, the things that we all know, and I think you know. Remember when you were kids? I'm using my last 5 seconds for you to remember when you were kids. Just think.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no one else, we will close public comment. Thank you. All right.
I need the cookies.
Cookies.
Does that mean I have to read it now so I can then get the cookies?
All right, next we have a public hearing on the award of the plenary retail consumption license, which is Resolution R-23-157, which is a resolution awarding theater exception plenary retail consumption license for the Montclair Film at Claridge LLC in accordance with N.J.S.A 33:1-19.1 and 19.2 pursuant to the theater exception, and I so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I am now going to open the hearing without objection. Is there hearing? Anyone who wishes to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, without objection, I'll close the hearing. Hearing is closed, and certainly I know, along with my colleagues, we're pleased to being able to move this through. And of course, we know that the film festival and others will be able to utilize this appropriately as well. With that, any other comments, questions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Cummings,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock.
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams.
Yes.
Counselor Russo.
Enthusiastically, yes, for Montclair
Counselor
Film.
Schlager absent. Counselor Yacobelis.
Yes.
Mayor Spiller.
Yes. Next is a pending ordinance, Ordinance O-23-16, which is an ordinance to amend the code of the Township of Montclair, Chapter 290, Small Wireless Facilities Right-of-Way. And in this one, we're not going to move it. We're going to table it for the next meeting. Is there objection?
No objection.
Hearing no objection, we have that tabled. Next is Ordinance O-23-17, which is a bond ordinance providing for various capital improvements in and by the Township of Montclair, County of Essex, appropriating $7,960,000. Therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $7,562,000 in bonds or notes of the Township to finance part or thereof. And I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. I'm going to open the public hearing on this without objection. Is there objection? Seeing none. Anyone who wishes to speak to this ordinance?
Yeah, I think this is the bond for the radios, and I'm just curious how that process went, what's going to happen now with these radios.
I do know that
Mr. Scannelberg, would you like to speak to? Oh.
The process for getting to that getting to that number is we went out for a bid, and it came back at 1.2. Since then, I've been speaking with Ms. Rao about pivoting to the state plan, which the radios may come in at a lower dollar amount. So I've asked Ms. Rao to look into that, and it could be from 1.2 to even 600,000, something like that. So so that's what's been going on to date. Okay.
Mr. Scantlebury,
Yes.
I just thought that Ms. Rao had answered a question to that effect. I was just going to try and pull it up. I thought that somehow a general sense of the size of the requirement was made, and then it would go out to bid after, for the specific company, because someone was offering, I think, perhaps a different company that should be there should be competing bids, and she said that the bidding process would follow this.
I don't know what she said to you, but I can check with Ms. Rao when she comes
Okay,
in
well,
on
I think
Thursday,
if we
but-
could clarify that, because I was
Right,
going to try and
right.
pull the email, but maybe not.
And in addition with the radios, it's primarily for the fire department, but it's
But it
also
wasn't
the
limited.
other departments within the township, utilities, DCS, and I think that's it.
And Councilwoman, to your point, it's up to not to exceed amounts, so yes, there can always be lower. Yes? Any other
So
comments on
if
this ordinance?
there's questions around this, I would imagine you're going to table the vote on it. And also, I guess I'm wondering if this might be one of those items that perhaps can be delayed so that this money can actually be allocated to the schools. Thank you.
If I may, can I would like the opportunity, Mr. Kenny Berman had written and asked a question about this issue, and this is what Ms. Rao had replied to him, and I just think it's valuable for the people in the room. She said, 1.5 million is the estimated cost for purchase of radios for MFD, the Fire Department, Montclair Police Department, DCS, and MPU. What is MPU? Thank you. And the cost of repairs, reconstruction, upgrades of repeaters, receivers, and the synchronization costs. Motorola quotes the gentleman was referencing include only the Montclair Fire Department radio costs. He was wondering why it was more than the amount he thought he heard. So she said the bond ordinance that was listed for second reading, which is what we're discussing, for tomorrow's meeting once passed, authorizes the appropriation. Then we proceed, we the staff, with actual procurement, which involves bidding. We are currently working on the bid specifications and anticipating advertising the bid soon, and she said she would provide further information. So it's a general cost, and then the bid goes later, but it's also not just for the fire departments, for police, DCS, and MPU, and for a range of activities, apparently, that are associated with it. I thought I should
Perhaps
clarify.
you could consider, if it doesn't actually cost $1.5 million to buy radios, to take the balance and put it towards the schools. That would be creative. That would be smart.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd also like to thank Counselor Yacobelis for actually coming up with some good ideas about your budget, because your budget needs to come into order.
I think it's a clarification I'm going to ask, that we may not give that money to the schools. I don't believe that is an appropriate possible activity. Is there anybody who can clarify on the table? In other words, there are many items that people have suggested we would take the money and divert it to, but I believe we are not able to do that, or we would. We would find a way, but we don't have those options, and I hate leaving the perception among everyone in the room and listening that we're just not doing it. We deeply care about the schools and the children who attend them. Did you have something to add?
I would, my adding would be just that we'd have to follow the bond law, municipal bond law, and I don't know if you can put out, if you could issue a bond for one thing and direct the funds for that bond to something else. The bond is borrowing money by the municipality, so that would have to be visited by our finance department.
Yes.
So I understand that, and I also understand that as we take all these bonds next year and the year after will be part of our operating budget to service them. And we well, maybe need more pilots, or we need the pilots you already took, that took 95% and now went to the school and created that structural deficit in our schools that today is about $3.2 million. And you need to come up with that. But that's not what I came here about. What I came here about is to ask you, have you asked the fire department to provide those data? And if you had them, why didn't you go to the county and negotiate those radios? Because we have mutual aid. And if our fire department is going out to a lot of West Essex towns that have volunteer fire departments, and when they go out, that costs us a lot of money, and you have data on how often they're going out, and it's I don't know if it's the law or if it's just the intent, what our fire chiefs all agree to do, that one municipality does not charge the other for mutual aid. So if you have data on how much Montclair gives mutual aid, it's fair and proper to go to the county and ask the county to provide some of those capital investments that fire department that's professional, extremely expensive, requires, so that we can take care of our neighbors and we can continue taking care of our neighbors. So there's so many reasons you need data. Among them, to make us appreciate the people who service this town for the time when we're not calling 911, right? We need to know what they're doing, that they cost $40 million. That out of 200 people, their increase from last year to this year should be higher than the increase we give all our teachers. Yes. And I really would love you to think about whether it's fair and proper for the three categories of people who serve our community. All of them are necessary and deserve a lot of appreciation and payment. Why should fire and police earn more than teachers who have very expensive advanced degrees that we require them to pay for out of their pockets, while we pay for a great deal of training for fire and police? We need to treat our teachers better, and we can't do that if you take 95% of every large building that's built. We haven't had a large property that pays significant taxes to the schools in a long time. Every large building is a pilot. Every large building is going to the municipality. And I just keep talking because you never took me any seconds. So I'm sorry.
There's no limit.
I'm just going to apologize for taking too much time now. I have limits.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate the filibuster attempt. I like it. Thank you.
And thanks for bringing up the cookies to us.
It is still the 2 minutes, by the way, but thank you.
The wife of the music teacher from Hillside. It's teacher cookies.
Excellent.
Hey, I don't know much about fire departments, but I feel like we got hacked last week and that hasn't been talked about, but yet we have so many firefighters and we're paying so much for radios. What if the radios get hacked? We have, how many IT people do we have? Can someone answer that for me? One. We have one? That's ridiculous. Okay, that's all I have to say. As someone who works with computers, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Okay, without objection, we'll close the hearing. Objection is now closed. Any questions, comments from my council colleagues? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Abstain.
Counselor Schlager absent. Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Ordinance O-23-06, which is an ordinance to amend Section 247 zoning of the Code of the Township of Montclair. I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments?
Just a comment, Mayor.
Councilman Yacobelis?
I just want to acknowledge that this has taken a lot of time and a lot of work, and thank the HPC for their review and their feedback, and Ms. Talley for all of your work on this as well. My colleagues, you, Mayor, and Councilor Schlager, and EDC for working on this as well. It's so important that we protect the character of Montclair, and one of the ways we could do that is by making the penalties a heck of a lot stiffer, for any sort of illegal demolition of historic structures. And that's what this ordinance does, in addition to cleaning up a lot of the language from the ordinance that was passed a few years ago. So I just want to acknowledge the work, and that this will further strengthen our resolve in terms of protecting the historic character and integrity of a lot of Montclair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And I will also add my thank you to especially the penalties piece, because before it was just a nothingness, but now thank you. And so thank you, Janice, everyone. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Cummings?
Abstain.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Abstain.
Counselor Schlager absent. Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Ordinance O-23-19, which is an ordinance to amend 327 vehicles and traffic in the Code of the Township of Montclair. I so move. It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager absent. Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Ordinance O-23-20, which is an ordinance authorizing the acquisition property known as 14 Miller Street, Block 3, 3112, Lot 4. I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments? Madam Clerk?
Oh, I do, sorry.
Oh, Councilman Yacobelis.
I just want to offer that and ask my colleagues for a moment of just maybe some thinking about this. I'm struggling with this. Shirley, I think, I shared with you as well. We have $2 million in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund total. We're using $1 million tonight to acquire a property, which I support, to convert 13 units into short-term housing for the unhoused. This would take half of the remaining money to preserve 3 units. I want to help Home Corps. And I know Home Corps will sell this property and it will go to the private market if we do not buy this. My concern is if it's spending $500,000 to acquire 3 units is the best way to protect affordability in the town. That's my concern. Can we get a lot more in terms of an ROI for $500,000 than 3 units? That's the thing that I'm struggling with.
Ms. Talley, would you like to come up as well, please? Thank you.
Thank you, and I think I can help frame a response to that. In our ordinance, the value of an affordable unit, which is really the cost to subsidize them, each unit is approximately $200,000. So from that perspective, we're getting 3 units for under $600,000, so the cost makes sense. In the past, we have used our housing trust fund as in concert with other funding sources to acquire property. Other nonprofits, other grant monies have gone into it. So our amount towards the cost has been minimal. The difference here is that we're actually going to acquire the property. We're not providing a contribution to a nonprofit developer or a nonprofit organization where they have control of it. In this instance, we have the value of owning the property. So I think that's a little bit different. We can keep the property, we can lease, and I don't recommend that we keep and manage it ourselves. At a minimum, I would think we would acquire it and enter into a lease arrangement with a nonprofit organization who could manage it, or we can sell it. But we would at least be in control of it, and we would be able to put the appropriate affordability controls and then recoup our money upon selling it. But in this instance, timing is critical. Home Corps can't keep the property anymore. They want to sell it, and I really think it would be, particularly in that location on Miller Street, which is a nice, succinct neighborhood, mostly affordable units, to take that one piece out, which is right in the middle, would be a real loss to that area. And I think it's an opportunity for us to help. And how we, in the future, if we keep it or we sell it, we're in control of that, which I think is the difference.
Janice, speaking of this property, I think one of the conversations we had was making sure that it was for affordable and low-income housing, whereas if Home Corps was to sell the property, they're not going to be for low income. They're going to be
absolutely
market
not.
rate.
It would be market
so
rate.
When we talk about keeping affordable housing here in the township, this is an opportunity that fits right into it
terms of the location, the size of the apartments, who would be able to move in there. And Mr. Mayor, if I'm correct, there's an opportunity to do some deed restrictions here so that the property is for only low-income and affordable housing. So, and
then you lock that in.
right, yeah. So I think it's you know, when the idea was brought to me, I thought it was a good idea. Unfortunately, Home Corps, you know, as they explained to us, they cannot afford it anymore, and they could use the cash from this to support their other developments. And I think under the new leadership that Ms. Grill has presented to us, I think Home Corps has a chance to get back to its original work that it was doing years ago under Ms. Reddick, when it was really a thriving location for the township. So I support this 100% in terms of what it will do for keeping affordable and low-income families here in Montclair.
Ms. Talley,
Councilwoman
if I-
Price Abrams. Oh, and then Mr. Manager.
Oh, yeah, so, and I do want to, you know, thank you, well, really, for helping to put together the pieces in terms of, I know several of us have, you know, met with Shirley on behalf of Home Corps, and you recently hired, I believe, a new executive director, so there's a turning around moment to re-solidify, but, so it's good for an institution that we know will continue to do good work in this area. I kind of amplify the points that my colleagues have already made in terms of what it would do for those individuals and the neighborhood, because obviously it would begin to change the character of the neighborhood. But in addition, I'm aware that the dollars in that Affordable Housing Trust Fund can be, I don't know who takes them back, if they're like, whose dollars are that they could lapse? It's the state dollars?
The state takes it back.
So-
According to state statute, we collect the funds. If we don't spend the, and it's on a rolling basis, we've had it for over 20 years. If we don't spend the funds that come in within 4 years, the state can take it back.
Right.
They have in other municipalities. Montclair, we've always spent our money. You know, so we've always used it. We've always had very proactive affordable housing programs, and we've been able to spend the money. Right now, you know, we haven't been spending our money because we haven't had the same opportunities. So the fund is now up above
Right.
$2 million. So we do need to draw down and get some projects going.
So I just think that's another important reason why we should take a good opportunity. It's just doubly sensible in so many ways. So I do appreciate the thoughts that have gone into this, and I do support it.
I think it has a lot of merit. I just go back to the return on investment. Could $500,000 help 20 families afford to live in Montclair versus 3? You know, that's what I struggle with.
We've purchased property before and we sold it, so we always have the option, you know, real estate's a very valuable investment in Montclair. We could always sell it. I assume if we did, we would sell it as an affordable unit, but it's not like it's lost money. It's not like we're giving it to the last thing we want to do is to give the money to an organization and then not get our money back in terms of affordable units, you know, and we've had some situations where we've partnered before, and those units have been lost over time. So I think that this would be a very good investment of the money.
And Shirley, if I could ask a question of you and the public, how long does this keep Home Corp solvent for, or would it?
Shirley, you probably need to come up to the microphone.
If you know. I don't mean to put you on the spot. If you don't know, that's okay.
So that's a very good question.
If you could just go right to the mic so we can hear you. Thank you. No, thank you.
Thank you. That's a really good question, and the board asks the same question, and they would love to keep this property. Actually, the executive director met with Janice today, and we are looking at a whole redevelopment plan, Miller being the core of that. And so we're hoping that this is the first step, and within 3 years, we will have really created significant more affordable housing in our neighborhoods. So how long will it keep us going? I'm old, so I don't know. But certainly, I think this is a way to stabilize the organization and provide us a foundation.
Thank you, Shirley.
Any other questions or comments? And thank
Yes,
you,
Mayor,
Ms.
I just wanted to add one thing. Janice, I think what's critical and material to the conversation, and most people may not know, is Miller Street is an historic district.
Absolutely.
Okay, and that needs to be respected along the way with whatever development going forward, and this would be able to keep that intact.
Absolutely.
Hold on one second, Janice. Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Talley, real quick, you had mentioned the agreement to enter into.
Right.
How long would it take to get into an agreement like that
I don't have an answer to that. I think we have to do our due diligence. Once we have the property, I think we will, and I have to do a better inspection and an appraisal and come up with some, more information than I have right now to figure out what the terms of an agreement would be. So there's a lot of unknowns.
Understood, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just trying to see how long it would
I
take.
understand that there's some tenants there, so there's a lot
Sure.
of details.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thought I'm in good company.
So
But-
we were having conversations and having conversations with the Housing Commission about how to use these properties.
Okay.
So,
I just want to see how quickly we can get them up and running, but if they're already, in certain aspects,
Right.
up and running, I just want to make sure we have the right
It is now being
players.
used for special needs,
Right.
special needs families.
Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Thank you.
okay.
Powerful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Are the
no, there's
public
no-
allowed to comment on
no,
this?
no public comment on
No
this.
questions?
There's no
about-
public comment on this.
Gotcha.
Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager, absent. Counselor Jacobellis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Ordinance O-23-21, which is an ordinance to amend Section 327, Vehicles and Traffic of the Code of the Township of Montclair. I so move.
Second.
So moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, or comments?
Just a comment, Mayor. I know,
Councilman Jacobellis?
I know the gentleman from earlier that was speaking about, it wasn't this specific intersection. I'm sorry, the woman from earlier who was speaking from Union Gardens. But I think this will help. This is clarifying when you approach with the reverse one-way of Glen Ridge Avenue and Forest Street, it clarifies that everybody has to stop, which is important right now because there's not a stop sign for one of the directions. So this fixes that, which I think has the impact of, or has a ripple effect down the street as well.
And even, I'll also say, as you know, Councilman, even some of the emails that we receive for people not wanting these stop signs, just know that they're all reviewed. They're all assessed based on police department and public safety. They assess the data and then make determinations around it. So it's not just, randomly you want to put one here, you don't want to put one there. So those people who emailed saying they did not want the stop signs know that they can't go up without doing a warrant study and things being assessed. But certainly when it does warrant it, then they are placed in there. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager, absent. Counselor Jacobellis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Ordinance O-23-22, which is an ordinance authorizing the acquisition of property known as 34 Union Street, Block 3108, Lot 20. I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none. Madam
Yeah,
Clerk,
I
Councilman.
think,
34 Union.
yes, but this,
No public comments.
This is just an introduction.
Public comments happen at the second. Next reading.
but I want to give.
Councilman Cummings?
I want to give some history to this. For about a year, Montclair, number one, Montclair in the County of Essex is number 3 in homeless. And for about a year now, been working with a group of around 30 different organizations, nonprofits that are in this space. And we were able to create a strategic plan to end this in Montclair. And I guess in terms of there was a very unique opportunity in that the owner of several pieces of property that some are rooming houses was selling them. And so we became aware of this property and looked into the feasibility of its location as well as the potential it can lead to in the future. And through that, what we have in terms of the housing trust, being able to use those funds within the 4 years that we've have it, this is just an opportunity that many municipalities really do not have. And I think it's a opportunity to also engage a segment of the population in town that need help. And the resources behind it is one in which anyone who would be considered to live there will go through a very, well, I don't say rigorous, but they would have been supported by several organizations to make sure that they are able to live on their own. I think it's important that when you look at this population, we met with them and asked them what were their needs. And to be honest with you, what I will be asking from the township along with the bid is that we purchase reusable water bottles. That was the #1 request that they had, is that they need water. They like to have a place to drink some water, to get water. And the other request was more porta-johns. And we're looking strategically at locations to do that, because this isn't coming from me as a counselor, this is coming from the individuals. We met with them, and the things that they said at the top was water. The second was a place to be able to go to the bathroom. And as one of the individuals said, when was the last time you had no place to go to the bathroom in 48 hours? And I couldn't respond. And so, you know, I don't want to pontificate too much on this, but I just think this is a unique opportunity. And I've worked, and I've explained to the council, this is not, this just came out of, this was just a very good opportunity at a time where we can actually do something. And I look forward to continue the conversation about it with the residents. But this came up, and Janice, I think you can attest that once we found out about the property, the owner of the property was interested in selling to the township, but they did request that we move fast because they had others who were interested, and they're selling it at the list price to us.
Who's going to
Councilwoman,
handle
Price
the,
Abrams.
who handles that property and the renovations of it, and where does that money come from?
So there are state and federal grants that would be going after, as well as county funding. So the township, we would be purchasing and then engage a local nonprofit to actually run it. And then those fundings will go from the state and other forms of funding for it to basically do any of the renovations, because the property right now inside,
It's SROs, yes. we know
it's
that.
pretty bad. So we're going to improve that, and then as we hopefully and the individuals who live in there will not be displaced. I think there are 13 individuals who are there right now, 10 right now, and we would find locations for them if they had to be able to be displaced while the renovations are going on. But for now, they will not be displaced. They will continue to live there.
Okay, well, one thing about that house, that used to be the mansion, the Crawford, you know, the Crawford block, the building opposite the railroad station used to have a copper roof. The Crawfords built that, and he lived in that house when the houses were lovely houses. It then became a CRO, an SRO. I think it's fine. I just hope that it's maintained and managed properly.
Yeah, it is. If I were to give you the list of individuals who supported this, and
I don't doubt
make
that.
it, no, I'm saying making it, we
I'm just
want it to
surprised.
fit into the neighborhood, and we want that. We're actually going to improve the house.
I'm just surprised we're learning about that today, that's all.
Oh, I understand
News,
that.
Which
Yes.
makes me wonder what else you're dreaming out that we don't know about.
That's okay.
It's all right.
Good conversation.
Councilwoman Price Abrams.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to acknowledge the resident, well, Ms. O'Toole, and also the other, I didn't get your name, anyway, another resident who lives right on the street there. I actually, before I purchased a home elsewhere in town, I lived at 47, so I was in a rental, very close to where we're talking about. So I do know the street, and what was explained, and as we're, of course, talking about now, is that it is a rooming house. The use is, in many ways, similar in that there'll be individuals, and I did want to question and have clarification, whether from you, David, or from Janice, that whether this is transient. I mean, can people stay till such time? Is it that they're turning over in any frequency, or is it that they would be stable housing with them for a period of time until they might feel like they can move on to something different?
Yes, besides helping them find a place to stay, the idea is to also get them employment and put them in a position where they can be self-sustainable on their own.
And I want to really thank you for that. I want to commend really that this is part of a project, and I don't know if you sort of waived this report. I have a copy of it as well. But so, Councilor Cummings with, I don't know if others on the council have I had sought to be more active, and my time didn't permit, but I really value that you've pulled together the nonprofits who are serving, whether unhoused or otherwise, populations in need of food and other assistance, and certainly shelter, mental health services. So all the nonprofits in that space, the foundations that are helping fund in that space, strategically put dollars together to have this study done. And as a recommendation, this is the ability to take a first step like this is so significant and important that we're able to do it. Again, the use sounds, similar to its current use. We're not taking a single-family house and making 13 bedrooms out of it. We're using it in a similar fashion. The people won't be displaced who are there for now. We will seek to help them, and we will use, again, this Affordable Housing Trust Fund that we're fortunate to have some dollars in. Well, two very useful opportunities are before us that we can actually do something very tangibly good, and I really feel grateful for those who've worked on it and happy that we can support it tonight and bring those kinds of services to the people who would look to move on and just improve their own quality of life. Thank you.
I'd like to thank Adriana O'Toole for her comments and just point out that some citizens get to comment and some don't. And
I
that's
would say
also
this.
very anti-democratic.
Thank you, and I have always been exactly the same for everyone. If my colleagues choose to engage, I agree. It's not respectful for those who we have not allowed to. I will just say, I try to say the same for everyone, but thank you. Okay, Councilman Jacobellis.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to hat tip Councilor Cummings for the work on this. I know when you work on something, you work on it for a really long time and you get it right, and you work with all the stakeholders, so thank you. I think this is a really great expression of our values, so thank you. Kudos.
Madam Clerk.
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlow?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager absent. Counselor Jacobellis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Ordinance O-23-23, which is an ordinance amending O-22-07, creating certain offices, positions, and employments in the Township of Montclair and County of Essex, and fixing the salary ranges thereof, and I so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments?
Just a comment.
Councilman Jacobellis?
Brian, Mrs. Scantlebury, who set this range for the social? Who set the range for the social worker?
Can you turn? Thank you.
Yeah.
Couldn't hear you. Thanks.
I forgot the acronym for it, but it's the universal range for the social.
In New Jersey, like
in New Jersey.
Are there regional differences or anything?
Excuse me, Ms. Dawkins did that this afternoon. So.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Scantlebury, my question is, I noticed you had the two other ones that I thought we'd already moved forward with those. Is that on there for a reason? Is there a reason why they all have?
I don't believe it's on there for a reason. I just think that Ms. Dawkins added that to the.
Okay, so those aren't changing from what we previously
Those are not
moved from
changing.
an
The
ordinance?
only issue, the only item you have there to vote on today is the social work.
Okay, got it. Understood. Any other questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yeah. Yeah, okay, social work position. I just want to say this before I vote. This is something I've been advocating for a long time. We better make sure the social worker has some experience with seniors. I'm not interfering with management or with human resources, but if the seniors have been asking for this, and this is somebody who comes up that they only worked with kids or with, younger adults, that's not going to help seniors. We need somebody who has experience with people dealing with aging issues and programs for the aging. Thank you. So, yes.
Counselor Schlager absent. Counselor Jacobellis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes, thank you. Next, we've a number of resolutions. I asked my colleagues to let me know if there's any they'd like to be held out, otherwise I'll move in block. So any to be held?
Yes, I requested that we hold 17.
Okay.
I did want to have some discussion on 16.
Okay.
16 and 17.
16 and 17, any others?
I just need 1 minute, 30 seconds.
You bet.
This includes those licenses. I'm asking the clerk, this includes the licenses for alcoholic beverage, right? Do we need to vote on them separately for the record?
This is all
Question to the attorney.
resolutions minus the two.
Do we need to vote on these resolutions to renew alcoholic beverage licenses separately for the record? Legal, no? Can be voted as a group?
And I
Anyone
want to let the
else
gentleman
with
know that your
holdouts?
resolution
Yours
is
is
in
number
here.
one on here.
You can vote on it as a group.
Any others?
Well, you're clear, sir. Your resolution is among the group that we're just, resolution authorizing renewal of alcohol beverage, plenary retail distribution. No, wait, which one are you?
The first one.
It is. Number one. H-U-S-E-N-A-J, Cusinage. How do you say your name? Okay,
So
sorry.
we're approving you now
So
when we
this is-
vote on it.
Correct. If you don't mind, just for a quick second pertaining to that.
No, thank you. There's no comments on it at this time.
Oh, the mistake?
I think it's in two parts.
It's-
Is
it's-
the clerk, was it?
Hold on a second. The clerk can speak to anything else, all resolutions, right, as we note here, are numbered this way. But Madam Clerk, would you like to speak to the dates?
Thank you, Mayor. The first resolution, Resolution R-23-138, would renew the licensee for the 2023 term.
Ending
The-
June 30th.
June 30, yes, ma'am. The second resolution, R-23-139, authorizes the renewal of our consumption licenses for a term ending June 30, 2024. The third resolution, Resolution R-23-140, is a resolution authorizing the renewal of our distribution licensees through June 30, 2024, which includes the gentleman's license.
It does. Yes.
Okay.
I remember looking at it the other day.
All right, I so move items 1 through 19, with the exception of numbers 16 and 17. I so move. It's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, I ask you to call the roll.
What's number 19?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager? Absent. Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R-23-153, which is a resolution authorizing the award of the professional services contract, and I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Councilman Cummings, did you have comments, questions on that one?
Yeah, so, I'm sorry. It's all, I don't like sounding like the public, but just because I feel like sometimes we as a body have to justify. I'm not in agreement with bringing in someone to be our counsel when a lot of our current litigation we already have representation for. And from what I understand, we have an attorney and a deputy attorney that we're already on a payroll. And I have concerns with the individual that would be here in terms of being available to us on really a 24/7 basis. I just think that this is it just doesn't make sense to me that, we have roughly, a year and a half left in this council, and we've just re-signed Mr. Byrd to the end of the year, and Mr. Vito, and to come up and, bring in another attorney who they would have to bring up to speed on everything that we have a lot going on. I question the wisdom of this at this time. I voiced that when we first brought this up. And the other thing it kind of dovetails with the next one is, the next item that I have is it's like, I was a little bit confused at the item number 17, the two, I guess, most responsive was this law firm and GSG. And I'm like, so if they didn't get this, would they be up for GSG? It seems like it's more of just giving someone a contract that we don't need to have. I think we've, like I said, Riker's handling all of our litigation. So what is going to be gained by this other than us bringing in someone and spending the money on them?
Okay, thank you, Councilman. You noted you want a chance to not sure if they would be able to be here full time. Were you able to have a conversation with them, or did you have a conversation with them?
No, I did not. I've relied on questions that I had of members participated in this group, and it was my understanding that she would be here 2 days a week and would be available for, and said that she would be available. And I just know that there are times when I can call Mr. Burr at 7 o'clock or, on a Saturday or Friday or during the week, and he's available. And, and to be quite honest, I'm not, again, I hate it when, to seem like I'm following the public discourse, but I'm not comfortable with having the Democratic chair of Hunterdon County as our lawyer. I'm just not. I think it's, again, this isn't about that. This is about the fact that, we have an attorney that if we had these issues, we should not have given Mr. Burr an extension. And from our personal conversations, the firm said they would need Mr. Burr and Mr. Vito for an extended period of time, and the reason they would need him is because they would have to bring him up to speed on everything, and this is just, to me, it's a waste of money. That's how I feel.
Mayor, I would like to,
if I can, I am, and anybody who watched Judge Petrillo last week, I am not comfortable with our current, not you guys, our current external legal counsel. I have never been more embarrassed than to sit there and see Riker's entire approach be shredded by the judge. So I do not want to move forward with them. I would like to move forward with this counsel as an augmentation of the work that our internal counsel does. This isn't a replacement of anybody. This is a $17,500 contract for special counsel, which I think we desperately need to guide this town through some of these legal situations that we're in. I don't think that we're getting good advice. I don't think that we show up well in court, and I think we need the help.
Thank you. Councilman Russo.
Yes. I keep saying that the legal fees that we're paying are unpredictable and unacceptable. Now, this says this says $17,500 because that's the number you can pass without going to bid, okay? See? Now, that's not what we're going to be paying. You're going to be paying thousands and thousands of dollars to a very, very big firm which has major political connections, and the person we're talking about using is not going to be here very much. She was just appointed to the Racing Commission. Forget about Democratic chair. Appointed to the Racing Commission by the governor. A lovely, wonderful person. I know her. She's great, but she's not going to be here. And then when you guys, and it is you guys, and I wasn't there the night you did it, appointed Paul to stay another 8 months, fine. And you praised him, Peter, that night, okay? And you let Paul stay, which is fine for now. Gina is good with Paul, working right now, even though I have lots of problems with what they say to me and what advice they give me, because they don't want me to even read this proposal for pilots, you see, which I'm going to do when we're through with this shit. So I'm just telling you all that the problem I'm having, I know my wife's very upset here, sitting here, coming here to bring me water that I needed, because there's all poison water up here. It's terrible water. Even the mayor said it was terrible. I can't even live up here without the water. Now, here's what's happening. This 17.5 is a fraud, because they're going to be paying and be paid so much more, but still these poor people are going to still do the work. You see, Gina and Paul are going to keep doing a lot of work, and there's this long transition period. And it's not 17.5. They're going to start billing us. Lawyers bill. I don't want to be any critical of attorneys. I wanted to be an attorney once myself. I was accepted at Seton Hall. I'm glad I never became an attorney. I'm a teacher, okay? And I teach that this is wrong. Now, this firm should not be hired. So I'm going to vote against it tonight, and I agree with Councilman Cummings on it. And we should use the money we save here to give to the schools and hire some teachers. That's what we should do.
Just one more, sorry.
Councilman Giacobellis.
So, Councilor Russo, do you support the law firm that tried to seal the courtroom
Obviously not. You
Okay.
think that you're talking about sealing the courtroom. Are you trying to distort something? I'm the biggest advocate against that law firm and against what they did.
So
And
then-
you are now accusing me
so
of
then
supporting
fire
that
them.
firm. What are you,
I'm
some
not
kind of
accusing
attorney
you.
here, inquisitive to me, an inquiry, what do you want to call it, inquisition? Why are you asking me I support the firm? No, get rid of them. Keep these two for now, maybe get another firm in the future, but save some money, Peter. We're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on all of these outside firms, including the one you voted for a few weeks ago, which was Bernstein. $80,000 to Mr. Bernstein's firm, who's sitting there in the courtroom you're talking about, defending Mr. Stafford. So you voted for that when I told you shouldn't vote for it. There's no reason we should have hired Mr. Bernstein's firm from Warren County, connected with Bateman and DeFrancesco, both Republican former governors. These are firms that we're giving $80,000 each to while they sit there and defend Stafford. So don't talk to me about what I support Bridgemoni guy.
The only thing I'm questioning is if you think yelling makes a point.
Oh, Peter, will you just stop it?
All right,
You
I'll
know,
ask you
what I'm
both.
yelling about, and my wife's going to be upset with me tonight, is you've been telling me I've been bloviating. That is the phrase used by a Republican 2 years ago when we started having the meetings online because of the pandemic. This guy used to call me and say I was bloviating, because he didn't like what I said about the Republican Party. Republican Party is ruining this country. Okay, it's ruining. Don't say, oh, Bob, it's ruining this country. Do you see what's going on with Trump and all these people? The point is, Peter, you're trying to make, why? Because you're running for, I'm not running for mayor. I'm exploring it. But you have 3 years, less than 3 years experience here, and you come and tell me what to do after 23 years? I know what I'm talking about.
All right, so if I can
A law firm is not the right way to go, this law firm.
If I can
It's a
note,
political choice.
both of you, everyone may have their own opinions on this, so I would just ask that we share them and share them respectfully, and
And just
we'll
don't
move
have
from there.
super aggressive behavior that makes people feel unsafe.
You feel unsafe with
Whoa,
me.
whoa, whoa,
Oh,
guys,
this is
Bob,
another
Bob,
one.
Bob,
Just
Bob.
like the other one said they were unsafe.
Bob,
Look, everybody, listen, folks. I'm basically going to resign tonight, okay? That'll be my last comment, okay?
Okay, so let's not yell on things, and we'll go from there. Councilwoman, huh? No, I mean, Councilwoman Price Abrams, did you want to speak?
Sure. At the time when we were considering, because that was the wish of the council, at the time that we were going to explore a different full-time attorney, we had several meetings, and that was a committee of the deputy mayor, the mayor, and myself. We met some individuals, and we met with some firms. And at the end of that process, we have been revisiting, I think, whether we were in fact going to replace, and we've decided we were going to keep our township attorney, Mr. Burr, and Mr. Vito, as a team, as we noted. But there was a notion that this firm and the lead, who is a very capable municipal attorney, that there would be contributions that would be to the team that would be, among other things, I asked her actually tonight, just for curiosity, is it a part of her practice that she works on pilot agreements? And she has in fact done that. So that's not the reason we were going that way, but in other words, she has some built-in expertise on some of the things that would take just shifting some of the workload. I believe, Mr. Iacobellis, Peter, you had the last conversation with her as to what role she'd be playing, because as we said, it was a change from, we're not talking about her being available 24/7 as our township attorney. We're talking about now that this would be augmenting existing capabilities within our team as someone who has different municipal service, municipal practice as an attorney. So what was anything else that you had from your conversation with
Wait,
her?
there's
Well,
just
I
certain
think,
guys have talked to her, but
One
others
moment.
haven't.
One moment.
Yeah, one moment.
I think that one of the things that I found enticing is actually trying to save money, because they have the expertise in-house for bond counsel, which is something we pay separate for, labor counsel, which is something we pay separate for, litigation, which is something we pay separate for, and municipal law. So they have, at minimum, 4 expertise. They also charge a rate that's dramatically lower than some of these other law firms we pay. Dramatically, like 60% less per hour. 40% of their business is municipal, supporting municipal governments, which is basically public service. So they're a public service law firm. I think we could, and I don't think this resolution names any person individually. It just literally onboards this firm to allow them to come in and to support the law department. I don't feel that our current external counsel is the best that we can do. Like I said earlier, I'm embarrassed by how everything went down with Judge Petrillo and with the case with Stafford and Ms. Rao. That was not an approach that I would have ever endorsed or approved had I been asked. It doesn't reflect the values of the town, and I don't want to continue with them. I'd like to see another firm that has a different approach come in, and I think $17,500 to just start a relationship and see how we do is a responsible first step. And if we don't like them, we don't want to go in that direction, we don't have to keep going.
We keep saying 17.5, but if I throw in the salaries here, with the amount of work that they're going to have to do and the number of hours required for that work, not only for, if they were able to start in and go right ahead, great, but you're talking about them coming in to learn. And with all that we have, they're going to need at least 6 months to pick up on all the work that we have here.
They've been in tune, watching everything.
Watching is totally different than reading and reviewing. And a lot of the issues that the hearing that you talk about is self-inflicted by us, by not listening to our attorney, by telling us not to say anything, violating executive session. So a lot of it is not the attorney work. We are our worst own enemy. A lot of this in terms of that particular litigation. And then point about bound counsel and all those things, I hear what you're saying, but I think Riker as a reputable firm, before this council, there was not many problems with Riker. No one had an issue with them. And I think when we now, to me, this is just really trying to do I won't say the term, but I'm just not comfortable with it. I've stated my reasons for it. And we have a group, Mr. Russo here, which is very rare, seems to agree with me. And so, I'm flabbergasted by that. And I like the water, Bob, by the way. I got to bring some levity here because this is ridiculous sometimes how
already
we
left,
go.
so you don't have to say this.
No, it's to you. But at the end of the day, being all seriousness, I just think that this decision, and I voiced it earlier when we first talked about it last time, is one in which I don't think is prudent or needed at this time. So that's where I'm standing.
But, I'll ask about it. Councilman, as you spoke to them, you said, where does this 2-day-a-week conversation come from? Or what's the 2 days a week that they would be, quote-unquote, available? Or what, is there something to that, or is that, what's that?
I mean, just from my conversation with them, they're available 24/7, but they would be in the office here 2 days a week. So it's full-time availability, and you have the full resources of a firm with all of those expertise. I didn't mention, by the way, land use expertise as well, so it's now 5. So if we're talking about, and I don't know our 2022 numbers, but our 2021 numbers, we spent over $1 million on law, essentially on our law department and external counsel, over $1 million. So there's a potential to bring in a firm here that can consolidate no less than 5 different disciplines from 5 different firms that we use right now, and doing it at a rate that's 60% less than a lot of the rates we're paying some of these other firms. So there's tremendous opportunity for savings. And again, there's also, just for me, it's not necessarily a competency issue with Riker, it's an approach. I do not appreciate the approach of trying to dismiss the case against Ms. Rao or trying to seal the courtroom or any of those other maneuvers. I don't think they reflected the values of this council or the town.
I'd like to ask a question. Where is this idea that it's going to be so cheap coming from?
Their hourly rates are in the
Who says it won't change? Who says they won't bill more? You can have a lower hourly rate, but you could have more hours, okay?
Right, but they have a set hourly rate. I don't remember exactly what it is. If it was
That's important.
$195 or $205, but around $200, which is far less than the $450 or $500 that we pay some other firms.
Now, nobody likes what Riker's doing down there, okay? But here's the point. You don't need to buy outside counsel, period. When I got angry at you, it's because of that vote for Mr. Bernstein. Doesn't anybody understand what we did? We paid a guy that's fighting us in court $80,000. That is an unacceptable vote by everybody on this council who voted for it. I'm shocked that you all voted for it, because prior to that, we gave the guy $10,000, and both Councilman Cummings and Peter listened to me. Then the second time, giving him $80,000. I hope you guys understand. You should look this up. $80,000 fee for tax. First of all, we don't need a guy from outside here doing tax rule. That was given to him as like a gift by somebody here. Okay, it was like patronage from somebody. Then you got two other law firms. A law firm with two people who were former governors of New Jersey, Republican governors. Where are we putting our money in this town? It should be into the schools and the teachers, not some Republican law firm from Warren.
Okay. I think I've heard the debate on this, although I personally would like to see and hear what exactly it is in terms of their ability to be here, et cetera, and some of those other pieces. So, I'm not fully comfortable with it without further explanation of exactly what it would look like. For me personally, and I think we should get something in writing so we can all look at that in terms of what they would be here to do. With
Forgive
the
me, Mayor,
hours,
but
et cetera.
you and Councilor Price Abrams had a proposal long before I did.
I know, and now it's changed, about 20 times, unfortunately. So I think that from that purpose, from that perspective, I'll move to table it because I don't think we have enough. Then I don't have enough, but I so move.
I'll second that move.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor of tabling, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Opposed.
It's been tabled. Next is Resolution R-23-154, which is a resolution authorizing the award for a professional services contract to the Government Strategy Group for a period of 1 year. I so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments?
This one here, this one astounds me, and I'm going to say that when this was first brought up, I guess it was last meeting, bringing in GSG, and we talked about it, and I asked what were they doing, and the response was that they would be coming in and providing an interim manager who Mr. Scantlebury would report to. And then there was also a consulting fee that would be provided for another person to be here. And then on top of that, they would also be engaged with going out and doing a search for a full-time manager. And so, knowing that Joe Hartnett, our former manager, is the leader of this group, who I know, I called him and I asked him what was the reason given for needing an interim manager. And he said none. So I was like, okay, so what was the reason for bringing you on? And Joe's response was, well, was coming in to look at the internal processes to see how things were going. And so to that, as I presented to the council, we just hired this group Culture Up to do that exact thing, and I believe they completed their report last week. So I don't understand how we can move forward to do this when we haven't seen what Culture Up has determined how the administration is acting. And they met with employees, directors, did a town survey of employees, and they're supposed to give this to us. But then finally, what I really felt like was disrespectful was to the work that Mr. Scantlebury has been doing. And I'm very, down the middle with Mr. Scantlebury, who I argue with quite a bit but we also have a relationship more so than anyone here. And so I called him and I reached out to Ms. Dawkins through Mr. Scantlebury and asked, in the 6-7 months that you've been in the position, what have you done? Can you send me some things? And this is what I got. And forgive me for the amount of what I'm about to say. He hired an HR manager, a position that went unfulfilled for over 18 months. And through that hire, we now have an onboarding progress program to improve our pre-screening of applicants and potentially establish a better succession plan. Launched the township's first employees assistance program, which is really beneficial for certain departments when it comes to accreditation. Established a family room for lactating moms returning to work to make sure when in compliance with federal laws, specifically when it comes to adhering to the Pump Act for employees who breastfeed. updated the employee handbook. The last time that was updated was in 2004. So that's 2 decades or 20 years. And I'm not done. Initiated the first anonymous HR tip line for employees who may not be comfortable making face-to-face complaints. Has worked with our HR director on managing employee relations issues. And a lot of this, understand, we, the council, are not aware of because we're not here. And so that's why I asked him, well, tell me why we should not do this. And his response, well, I'm not going to say what his response was, but the other parts was created an employee newsletter as an additional resource of communication for employees to learn about township initiative and offers. Has already addressed numerous compensation claims and litigations that remained unsolved for over 2 years. So from 2021 to 2023, we had unsolved litigation and compensation claims. Right now, at this moment, we have no outstanding worker comp claims from any department. I think that's amazing when you consider the history of some of the departments. And since assuming the position, he has hired 39 unfulfilled staff positions from January to May, including 5 managerial positions, which include the HR director, the health director, and the senior service director. So,
What senior service director?
that's the position that you are. Right. Again, knowing that.
What?
New person?
Senior services director?
You still don't know who it is?
How was I not made aware that I have one of those?
I don't know why you weren't. I think she was introduced to a number of people here. We onboarded her, I think, Ms. Hurling,
But it-
May 22nd, I think.
I think I said earlier, we don't know a lot of things that are being done here because we're not here. And so that's why I asked the question of, can you provide me with information for me to sit up here and defend why this GSG doesn't make sense? And so that right there, I think, answers the question. And now, again, when I look at that, I'm like, what else have you done? We now have mandatory training for all township employees, something that the HR director told me had not been done in the past 3 years. All new hires now have a consistent performer evaluation days, 30, 60, and 90 days. This may seem funny, but educated the leadership on the Crown Act law, which had to be done because department leadership was not aware of the law and needed to know the impact of violating that act. Essentially, when one employee was questioned about cutting their hair. Created a document database that proves the accuracy and better compliance through our HRS, our Human Resource Information System, and transferred all 423 employees' I-9 forms to an electric filing system. Now, he didn't do all this on his own, but having an HR manager here was very helpful. And our previous town manager, of course, was our acting HR person for a long time. And so I think what Mr. Scantlebury's done is proven that he's more than capable of doing this job. And I say this respectfully, but I have to be very straightforward. I think it's really just 2 or 3 members of this body don't want him for personal political reasons. Because
Can I just intervene for 1 second, Mr. Cummings, Councilman Cummings? We're getting closely in a situation where we're discussing personnel, and I know Mr. Scantlebury is.
That's been the last 10 minutes.
Well, he was talking about his achievements, and I don't think that was inappropriate. But I think if we're going to start talking about issues which
I think I've said enough,
Right.
but I'll just say this. We hired and paid Culture Up $15,000 to do an internal analysis of our administration. They met with every director, employees, and did an employee survey. They concluded their work. We have not received their report. How can we as a governing body look to engage someone to do a very similar activity when we don't even know from the Culture Up report how things are going? All I did was give things that Mr. Scantlebury's accomplished. I think we need to hear we need to see what the Culture Up report gives us before we can really actively sit here and say we need to go with this GSG group right now. And I think that's something that needs to be taken into consideration. We sat here and we said we need a culture up to come in and check out what the administration is going. Of course, I think, so that's my point. And I really think that if we look to engage anyone else at this time, it's a waste of money and really doesn't even make sense.
I'm again going to agree with my colleague, Mr. Cummings, but I have different reasons. I'm not here to defend Brian, though I've known him for 32 years. He ran for council with me in 1992, did a great job as deputy mayor. He was deputy mayor of Montclair at that time. On the sheet that we have from our CFO, it's circled that there's 5 different sources or 4 different sources for the government strategy group to be paid, so we come up to $25,000 for the fee. And that's where she got the money from. She indicated CF, sewer, parking, water. No, then, as you said, Counselor, yeah, you turn this over. Also, by the way, it says $25,000 pending budget transfers in November 2023. What does that mean? Pending budget transfers in 4 months from now. But the thing that Councilor Price Abrams was just pointing out to me is something I circled immediately, because at the end of the whole resolution, saying, by the way, that we had a choice between Decotiis law firm and this group to do the job, right? Interesting, huh? But it was resolved that this agreement shall not exceed $50,000, subject to the appropriation of sufficient funds. So, it's really not $25,000 again, it's $50 right now. And from what I understood, they're gonna bring in people, at least according to Peter, who told me, talked many, many times to Mr. Hartnett, our former manager, who was manager during my last year as mayor. So I know a lot about him and his firm and how he operates, and it's not a bad person, but I know more than Peter knows about him. So what he said, and this is Peter again telling me, I think before, that this guy's gonna has 3 good people that could come in and then oversee Brian Scantlebury for $10,000 a month, besides whatever we pay Mr. Hartnett's firm. So $50,000 here, $10,000 a month, $170,000 could hire 3, 4, maybe 5 starting salary teachers, maybe not as many. But you could put this money that we would use in this firm into the resources we want to transfer. You know, I'm going to read pilots before we go home, okay? But besides pilots, there are savings, as Peter said, okay? But there are savings like this. You don't spend $170,000 during the next year on this redundancy of management. That's what it is, a redundancy. I'm not saying everything's Shangri-La perfect like my colleague seems to be reading, but I know Brian more than anybody in here besides Cummings. Now, Brian's trying to do a good job alone. All he has to do is take from within our management, which we have 4 new women. We have great hires recently, as you said, the human resources, the health services people. These are all good people that have come in here. We've got all kinds of new people, mostly women. This is great, okay? Now, under Brian's watch, he needs help, of course, but he's not going to go out and hire a big, expensive, you know, deputy manager, hopefully. The thing is, he could take from within. I always was for this. I managed the lemon law from New Jersey. I promoted from within my lemon law so that the student intern from Rutgers that I hired at $10 an hour originally is now the director of the lemon law for the New Jersey Attorney General's Consumer Affairs Office. He directs the lemon law from 15, 20 years ago when I left. He was moved up on and on and on to be a chief investigator and run the office, because from within I promoted and helped him become the manager. And some of the women that worked for me are also in leadership roles now. Brian could pick any one of these people. I would suggest a woman to help as a deputy manager or even acting deputy manager. I'm not saying we should make him the manager right now. I'm just saying bringing in this firm cuts that off, because now you're going to pay this firm to put some new people in who are going to be asking Brian Scantlebury everything that's going on every day. Just like the woman you were going to bring in as an attorney is going to be here 2 days a week. Yeah, 2 days a week. Is she going to be here 5-6 hours a night on Tuesday night every night? No, because she may have a meeting of the Racing Commission, okay? The point is that you're wasting money on attorneys and we're wasting money on management, and all of that money could add up to $500,000 can go to the schools.
Thank you. I'll just note, Culture Up specifics charge is to check on reporting structures to make sure that everyone in the township is able to report. Should they be in a situation where they feel that they have a superior or others, and we don't have reporting structures in place. That is their analysis, and that is exclusively their analysis. This specifically is laid out to look at management structure and layout. That is not Culture Up's charge at all. That said, though, certainly, especially after we saw the previous actions of the manager, we wanted to absolutely put as many things in place as possible to make sure we were getting outside and independent looks at all of our structures. So I know that was the impetus behind this. Any other questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
No.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
No.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
No.
Counselor Schlager absent. Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes.
It fails due to not having 4 votes, doesn't it? Okay. Poli-Sci 101, Mariana, as you know from coming to my classes. Okay, can I read the resolution I have here now? Wait, we're not going to executive session yet, Lori. I'm just going to read this, and nobody wants to second it, fine, but here's what it says. Whereas the mayor and council have adopted various resolutions, I've waited 4 hours for this, permitting payments in lieu of taxes, otherwise known as pilots. And whereas the mayor and council have adopted multiple resolutions permitting licenses for the cultivation, manufacture, and/or retail sale of cannabis within the Township of Montclair. And whereas pilot funds are considered non-tax revenue. And whereas revenues from the sale of cannabis, including but not limited to fees for licenses, are considered also non-tax revenue. And whereas schools are currently entitled to 57% of tax revenue. Whereas the mayor and council, having reviewed and determined that the education of citizens and the investment in the Montclair public school system is in the best interest of our municipality. Now therefore be it resolved that going forward, as of January 1, 2024, the mayor and the council of the Township of Montclair hereby authorize from any and all pilots and cannabis sale revenue the identical percentage that schools would have received from the appropriate tax levy had no pilot been approved. And be it further resolved that no further pilots shall be approved without the schools receiving at least their fair share of taxes annually, were they to be assessed at the annual current rate as opposed to the discounted rate of the pilots. I so move. I welcome a second.
Can the attorney weigh in on this? Because my understanding is there's no dollar amount in here. So I don't know that it's even a legal thing to consider.
Oh, yeah, it's illegal what I just did. Thank you, Peter.
Unfortunately, at the late hour, we received this evening before the meeting. We weren't able to review it to correct the record. We didn't tell Mr. Russo that he couldn't read the motion or the resolution, but that he would need a second to move it on to the agenda. But we haven't had an opportunity to look at this, to review it for legality or.
Yeah, and just to acknowledge the.
I sent it last night.
Oh, I only had 30 years.
I'm
Mr. Attorney.
I mean, I'm just looking at a part that says maybe cut change this with 2 questions. Like, what's
Yeah,
the
well, that
answer
was a
on
little note that I meant in there,
But
okay?
we'll-
Maybe cut or change.
So, but what are you asking me to
Draft.
vote on? Are we cutting that or changing that? What are you asking me to vote on? I'm just trying to
asking
point out that
I'm asking you to second
you're
that pilot money should be
putting on a
given
show.
to the schools, as well as cannabis money, which you said you
just
do support
not
cannabis money,
serious.
Peter. You said in your newsletter you support cannabis money. So cannabis is in here. That's not a lot of money. That's why that's not going to be enough. You always said you wanted cannabis money to go to the pre-K. They don't need it. Schools need the money. The schools need millions of dollars not just for right now, for the emergency that we're in. The schools need this money going forward as a continual source of revenue. This is not a one-shot thing. This says starting in 2024, Peter. This doesn't say right now. But the fact is, we need to get
Mayor,
some
I'd
money
like to
from
make a
all these
motion to go
sources.
into executive session.
It's been
What
moved.
are you doing?
It's been moved to go into executive
This is what
session.
they do, then
Is
they
there a
cut
second?
you off, you see? They cut you off, go into executive session.
Is there
And
a
I'm
second?
staying all
It's
night if I have to, okay?
We have
I'm
a
not going
second.
home this time.
I'll second
it's-
that now that I know you're staying, Bob.
It's been moved. It's been moved.
What a counsel.
It's been moved and seconded.
Oh,
and
wait a
it
minute.
should note that
gotta read.
pilots are not continuous forms of payment, right? They end. That's one thing note. All in favor of executive session? Aye. All opposed? We are now in executive session. Thank you very much, everybody.
We're in executive session already? I wanted to thank
was like to make a motion. Make a motion to leave executive session.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
I so move the appointments of number of individuals as designated to the clerk to our Vision Zero Task Force. I so move.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed.
Abstentions? Thank you very much, everybody. I move a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.